A large crowd of locals had gathered in the main square of the small village. In the center of this square, surrounded by people, stands a girl tied to a wooden pole. That night, everyone gathered to witness a public execution. "Misha, let Misha go now," the dark-haired boy shouts furiously. At that moment, the executioner hits him in the back of the head with a wooden stick, demanding that he shut up. An elderly man frustratedly asks the condemned girl why she was helping this demon. "Mion is not a demon," the bound girl shouted hopelessly. The old man excitedly begs the girl to calm down. The priest standing nearby, condoling, says it's too late. The demon had already brainwashed Mischa. Pointing to the bound guy, the priest asks people to look at his hand. The young man has a seal inscribed on his arm. The abbot claims it's irrefutable proof that the boy is a demon. As everyone knows, Misha will be judged on her own merits for giving her hand to a demon, the priest said sternly. He then added that because of her indelible sin, Misha must suffer in hell for eternity. The people in the crowd can't believe it's true. Experiencing endless suffering without knowing when it will end is too cruel for her. A little girl approaches the priest and tearfully asks him if there is any way to save Misha. Calling the baby girl Elena, the gracious rector of the church responds that there is such a way. The overjoyed girl asks the priest to save Misha at any cost, no matter how. She promises to help in any way she can. Approaching the little girl, the priest sits on his knee in front of her and promises that he will save Misha. All she has to do is go through a purification ceremony. The surprised girl looks at the bishop and asks what a purification ceremony is. Smiling, the rector of the church tells Elena that she will soon see for herself. He then stands up and steps back a little and announces the beginning of the purification ceremony. "Elliot," the priest said ominously, looking at the executioner. The executioner in the gray robe has in turn already lit a torch and is heading towards the bonfire. Walking over to the bonfire where Misha is standing, the executioner stood in place and looked at the girl, preparing to carry out the execution. Looking up, the guy with the seal on his hand noticed what was happening. "Stop!" the dark-haired boy shouted doomedly. The old man who was trying to calm the girl sobbed. Misha stares blankly at the executioner, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. As soon as the executioner brought the torch to the straw, the fire was fully ignited in the same second. The fire spread with unimaginable speed. Before she died, the girl screamed the dark-haired boy's name. "Mion, if it's even just you." Her phrase was cut off at this point, and she burned to death. Within seconds, Misha was engulfed in bright flames. Mion was seized with incredible despair. "No, I can't." "Misha," bursting with heartache, the boy shouted. The priest who came up behind him, ruthlessly, heel stepped on the guy's head, pinning him face down on the ground. He looks at Mion with disgust, as he considers him a spawn of Satan. Lifting the guy's head up by his hair, the church rector walks right up to him and explains with a chuckle that he's not even worthy of being purified, since he's a filthy demon. "I will have my revenge, mark my words." Biting his lip in anger, the distraught Mion shouted, glaring hatefully at the priest. However, in the very next moment the horizon for the guy staggered, and everything around him began to look very strange. The priest committed lynching with one sword motion and severed the head of the dark-haired guy. When Mion's head landed on the ground, his pupils immediately blurred and tears leaked from his eyes. The ladies who watched the demon's execution wish him to burn in hell. After all, innocent Misha died because of him. The last thing the boy saw before he passed away was the bloody blade of the sword that the rector of the church had used to cut off his head. As soon as Mion left the world of the living, he began to fall into absolute nirvana. In this state, all his bad memories began to flash before his eyes of how Misha had been burned alive, about how they had been turned in by an ordinary village child, and how bloodthirsty the priest had looked at him when he saw the seal on his hand. Even as a child he had been teased and stoned because of that devil's seal. His whole memory is filled with sad and painful memories, but for some reason he is very light at heart now. I wish it could go on like this forever. It was unclear whether it was real or just a feeling, but after an indeterminate amount of time, an unknown force dragged Mion into the depths of nothingness. Regaining consciousness, the boy leisurely opens his eyes from a dead sleep. Mion lies on the cold stone floor, still in the same clothes he died in. Realizing what was happening, the guy leaned his hands on the floor and jumped up sharply. As he rises from the ground, he notices that he is in a huge room with an enormous door in one of the walls. Mion is fully convinced that he's already dead, so why is he still alive? Also, there's no trace of blood on his clothes. Is that even possible? I hardly think I got here because of that mark on my hand, the boy said perplexedly aloud, looking at the back of his palm. You talk to yourself too much, snotty. Hearing an unfamiliar voice in his head, the boy, frightened and trying to find the source of the sound, shouted out, "Who is it?" The voice introduced itself. "They call me Bucky. I'm in charge of this place. You're the one who brought me here. Why did you do this? And where the hell am I?" An angry Mion shouted loudly. "From now on, once a year you will fight different opponents. If you don't want to be killed, fight them and kill them all." Ignoring the boy, the unknown voice explained. An outraged Mion asks what the voice means and why on earth he should fight anyone at all. He demands that Bucky stop hiding and talk to him face to face. "Are you asking why you should fight? Ha, stupid question. Everything you've ever done in your life has been a battle. You can't stick to your high values when it comes to even ordinary things like getting food or shelter. Throughout human history, from ancient times to the present, the purpose of people's lives has been to fight." Grinning, an angry Mion yelled that he wasn't going to listen to Bucky's reasoning about the nature of humans and asked him to stop dodging questions. "I've created a battlefield. In addition, there is a reward for survival. What you achieve is up to you, but I will say this, there is something that losers who can't even survive will never achieve." The annoyed guy demands that they stop talking in riddles and explain what Bucky means. "Whether you fight or not is up to you, so do what you want. Just remember that your opponent will appear in a year, and only one of you will survive. That's all for now, see you in a year." The unknown voice finished its monologue without answering the boy's questions. It pisses the guy off that Bucky says what he thinks and then just walks away like that afterward. The voice doesn't answer any of his questions. He tries to call Bucky for a while longer, but to no avail. Abandoning her attempts to shout, Mion realizes that the unknown voice is finally gone. What the hell is going on? Who's that voice calling itself Bucky? And where is this place? Realizing that just standing still won't make him understand anything, the dark-haired guy decides to look around a bit and gathers some information about the place. Next to him, he notices a massive blue door. Could this be the way out? Walking up to the metal door, he starts banging on the outside with all his might and asking if anyone is in there. Without stopping to pound on the door with his hands, Mion continues to shout, "Is there really no one on the other side? Answer me." The boy shouted doomedly, hitting the door with both hands. "It's been a long time." In her last breath, Mion tries to get someone's attention and asks for the door to be opened. He's been banging on the door for so long, but it hasn't even moved. However, that door was his only way out of here. Finally exhausted, the boy retreated to the depths of this room and lay down to rest. Apart from the door, this room is made up of stone walls. It's almost impossible to get out of here. To put it in other words, it's a perfectly sealed room. However, it is strange that he can see normally here, as if this room is in broad daylight, even though it is closed so tightly that there is not even a dim ray of light. Furthermore, he can tell exactly what time it is, whether it's day or night. He can also tell how many days are left until he has to fight unknown opponents. Whether this stone room is strange, or whether Mion is strange, even the lad himself can't tell. He doesn't know what is what anymore. Besides, he wonders what became of Misha, whether she got here with him. Waking up and opening his eyes, the guy sits down on the ground, realizing that he had fallen asleep for a while. Suddenly, Mion smelled a strange but very pleasant odor. Nearby lay a variety of different cooked and delicious food. When did this come in? How did it get in here? There was no opening anywhere. With a suspicious glance at the food, the guy realizes that he's really hungry, and his stomach is completely empty. But is it safe to eat it? Everything on the floor looks awfully appetizing. It feels like it was cooked for royalty. Mion is tempted to look at the sumptuous food. There's nothing to lose. He takes the huge ham that first caught his eye. As he takes a bite, he realizes that the food seems to be fine. However, the fact that Bucky brought the food here in such a timely manner means that even if Mion can't see him, he can see Mion. Bucky's the one who brought the kid here. No wonder he's watching him. All around is full of mysteries. Where is this place? What kind of creature is Bucky? Why exactly should Mion fight? The guy can't figure out anything about any of these issues. But one thing is certain, if everything is as Bucky says, he'll have to fight someone to the death in a year's time. And that means only the winner will survive the battle. If what the mysterious voice said is true, then Mion must win this battle to survive. It'll all be for nothing. If he doesn't survive, he won't meet Misha again and won't be able to take revenge. The boy has determined his purpose. He must survive, no matter what. If that's the case, now is not the time to sit back. The boy jumped up from the ground and walked leisurely to the wall. Since there are no weapons here, you will have to use your own strength to survive. Above all, endurance is the most fundamental aspect of physical fitness. The first action is to touch the wall. After that, make a jerk in the opposite direction and run to the opposite wall. Then repeat it over and over again. Long-distance running is simple, but in the absence of weapons, it is an effective workout to develop his endurance. Mion's legs are getting heavy. He wants to stop and rest right now. He cannot stop. The most important thing in this exercise is to continue moving at all costs, even if the speed drops a lot. As soon as he stops, he's out of breath, and the effectiveness of the workout is cut in half. By any means, a guy should not stop until he reaches the amount of training he is aiming for. Side by side with long-distance running workouts are push-up exercises. In combat, kicks are risky because they can only be used under ideal conditions, in which case, neither Mion nor his opponent will use them. In other words, his opponents will mostly fight with their bare hands like himself. That's why a guy shouldn't skip push-ups, because they are the main way to build upper body muscles. For now, Mion will only train his lower body for long-distance running, and then focus on his upper body. He made a promise to himself that after a year of such agonizing training, he would definitely survive this bloody battle. It's been a year. Mion does vertical push-ups, leaning against the wall of this huge prison. Doing his last 201st push-up, he falls face first to the floor. Today marks 1 year since that day. A battle is about to begin. A battle where a guy has to kill a man he doesn't even know. Bucky spoke up. The battle is about to begin. When Mion heard that, he jumped up sharply. Carve it into your mind. Winner takes all. Loser loses all. Well, good luck with that. Immediately after those words, the huge door that had been holding Mion back all this long year finally swung open in front of him. With a fearful look at what lay ahead of him, Mion swallowed nervously. He finally gathered his strength and stepped into the unknown, traversing the huge gate and making it to the other side. Once inside, he realizes that the room he has entered has the same structure as the room he has been in all this time. After looking around a bit, the guy notices something interesting. In the distance stands the barely discernible silhouette of a man. It's probably his opponent, but he's standing too far away, so Mion can't get a good look at him. He decides to try to get closer. As he gets closer, he notices a white-haired, frightened boy. After looking a little closer, Mion realizes that this kid is about his age. However, this kid is much skinnier than Mion, and also with bare fists. Suddenly snapping out of his seat, the dark-haired guy rushed towards his opponent. He decided to attack first. In a fight, the one who strikes first wins. So when he was close to his opponent, Mion immediately raised his hand to deliver a powerful punch. The guy with white hair, clearly very scared, asked Mion to wait a bit and not to start so abruptly. After all, he claimed they didn't need to fight. Realizing that the opponent is much weaker, the dark-haired guy decides to stop and listen to his opponent. Frozen in place, Mion asks his opponent why it's not worth it for them to fight. If it's like Bucky said, they should kill each other first. The white-haired guy explains that Bucky tricked Mion, after which, with a forlorn look, he tells his truth. When someone first gets here, they're all alone, so you have no choice but to just take Bucky's word for it. He believed him at first too, but now he doesn't believe him anymore, because everything Bucky says is a lie. Mion asks why Bucky would lie about that. The white-haired guy replies that he doesn't know why Bucky would want to do that, but it's no good. Instead of killing each other, He suggests they work together and become allies. According to him, something happened 3 years ago. The monster Bucky sent was incredibly powerful. He tried to escape with all his comrades, but one by one they died. The guy ended up losing all his friends in that battle. Mion replies that she can't just take his word for it. Then the white-haired guy starts screaming hysterically and asking Mion to believe him, because if a monster as strong as the one from 3 years ago shows up, he's not sure he can defeat it. He again offers to join forces and become allies. After a bit of thought, rather than visibly unnerving his strange opponent, Mion eventually agrees to trust him. The pleased white-haired guy thanks for his trust and introduces himself as Sane. He then extends his hand in a friendly manner. Mion smiles eerily somehow and introduces himself to his opponent as well, then extends his hand as well. After shaking hands, they exchanged pleasantries. After a while, they are already sitting at the center gate and having lunch together, telling various stories. In the middle of the meal, Sane yawns. "Are you tired?" The dark-haired boy inquires of him. Sane replies that it was most likely because he was relieved. He was worried because he didn't know if he would have to fight or not. Mion notices that he too is starting to feel sleepy. He suggests that we call it a night and go to sleep. The comrades wish each other good night and go to bed not far from each other. Sane, who had been lying almost motionless for a long time, perfectly imitating a deep sleep, suddenly wakes up, opening his eyes abruptly. What an idiot that Mion is. Sane sounded like a weirdo from the beginning, but this guy still believed everything he said. Easy win again this time. The white-haired boy thought to himself as he turned around, but suddenly his sly face changed. Now it reads genuine horror and despair. Mion stands in front of Sane at full height, fists tensed. The horrified white-haired guy is surprised that his partner is still awake. "Gee, turns out we were thinking the same thing," Mion said, looking bloodthirstily at his opponent and smiling grimly. Without letting Sane say anything in response, the guy immediately delivers a strong punch to his enemy's face. After taking his opponent to the ground with one blow, Mion sat on his chest and began beating him mercilessly, punch after punch without stopping. A doomed Sane starts screaming and asking Mion to stop. He tries again to explain something about trust and joining forces. The young man stopped beating up Sane. However, as soon as the white-haired boy decided to say something, the indifferent Mion hit him in the face again, knocking out a tooth. "I'm sorry, Sane, but I don't trust anyone anymore," the boy said, looking at his battered opponent with disdain. The words were immediately followed by a blow, and then another, and another. It went on like this until Sane breathed his last breath of his life. Mion sits on his enemy's chest, bringing up his bloody fist for another blow. He stares madly at the man he has just beaten to death with his own hands. "He's dead." "No, I killed him," Mion said without a trace of regret, looking down at his bloody palms. "I killed a man with these hands. I have to get used to this feeling, because without it, I won't survive here," he thought without taking his eyes off his hands. It has only been one battle so far, but he already knows the true nature of this place. This is not the battlefield of neat knights in armor where they fight impartial duels. It's a dump where animals, covered in mutt and full of hate, fight each other to the death. There's only one conclusion: either you eat meat, or you become meat. Closing the eyes of the sign he just killed, Mion walks away, vowing to himself that he will definitely survive and make it to the end. Suddenly the guy, sensing something amiss, stops. It felt like someone was trying to interfere with his memory. Mion began to remember things that had clearly never happened to him. There were memories of places he had never been. A crying newborn Sane is soothed by his mom. A white-haired boy rides his little brother on his back. Sane carries firewood home to keep his family warm in the coming winter. His younger brother asks him to bring him some food because he is hungry. Sane goes to the market and tries to steal bread from the counter. At the same moment, the owner of this counter hits the guy on the head with a wooden stick, which kills him. Already in this room, Sane talks some guy down, after which, when he falls asleep, beats him to death with his fists. All of Sane's memories are imprinted on the dark-haired boy's mind, as if he had lived it all himself. The memories of the enemy he killed became his own. Suddenly, Mion notices that he begins to glow a strange blue color. That mysterious glow is coming from Sign's corpse. And you did it fast. I'm surprised, Bucky pronounced. After saying those words, long demonic arms emerged from the ground. They wrapped their arms around the white-haired boy's body and began dragging him into the darkness. Sane's voice is heard coming out of his physical body. He screams in panic, "I don't want to die." Without stopping screaming desperately, he turns around to Mion and reaches out his hand to him and asks him to save him. A frightened Mion doesn't understand how this can happen. After all, Sane is dead. How can he see and hear him? Suddenly, one of the demonic hands grabbed Mion's leg, but he stepped back and pushed the hand away from him with a scream. At this time, having completely enveloped Sign's body and spirit, the demon dragged him into the abyss behind him. While a dumbfounded Mion is trying to figure out what the hell just came out, Bucky speaks up, "Congratulations on your first win." Still frightened, Mion asks Bucky not to leave and to answer one question for him. What happens to those who died here? You have two ways to find out. One, have Bucky, who is the absolute here, tell you. The other is to see for yourself. If you want to know where the dead go, there's an easy way. Die and find out for yourself. However, it's all decided between your curiosity and your desire. Which is more important? Think about it again. I've been watching you fight. You seem to be used to this battlefield by now. That's right. It's also a place very much like the human world. Things like morality and empathy are worthless. In other words, only wild animals survive. Shut up, I'm human. Mion shouts angrily, leaning a bloody hand against his chest. Whatever you say. There is only one general rule in this place, survival of the fittest. Don't forget that. Well, we'll meet again in a year then. After finishing saying that, Bucky disappears again. It's been a year and 2 months since Mion got here. During this time, he learned how to do 300 vertical push-ups already. The boy is already used to life here. His daily routine is simple: eat, exercise and sleep, that's all. Here he is living a better life than before. He doesn't have to do anything to eat, and the food that shows up is the most delicious food he's ever tasted. That's not all. Food residue disappears by itself, no need to wash, always feels comfortable, and your clothes don't smell. Everything cleans itself. Perhaps Bucky wants the fighters to focus only on fighting and self-development. Doing what Bucky wants offends Mion. But he has no other choice. He doesn't want to die a miserable death like Sane. If he dies here, where will they take him? Could it be someplace more sinister than this? Also, Mion wants to find out what that light was that came from Sane's corpse. Training to survive is not enough. He must still gather information. Sane survived because he used information. Any information is better than nothing, and Mion has to find a way to get it. The first person worth getting information on is Bucky, but he won't talk at all. So at this point, the only way for him to get information is to get it from his next opponent. But Mion doubts that the enemy will honestly give out all the information. At the very least, everything Sane has said is a lie, except his name, and the guy is no different. But all in all, when you think about it, none of that matters. Mion will just take all the information from them by force. After he killed Sine, someone else's memories had appeared in his head. These new memories were of Sine. The guy doesn't know how this is possible. The only thing he realized is that he can take the memories of his opponents if he kills them. And that memory is the only information that can't be hidden. Except the only memories the guy took from him were his own. He didn't get the memories of the people Sane killed. That's probably because he can only get the memories of people he's killed personally. If Mion checks and analyzes all the information gathered, sooner or later he will be able to get closer to solving the mystery of this battlefield. Here it had been 2 years since Mion had entered the stone room. If that door opens, he'll have to fight again. The guy doesn't recall fighting anyone in his life. He was just a homeless orphan. There was no one who would accept an orphan like him. There seemed to be no place for this boy anywhere. But even a man like him found a ray of hope in this village. The kind-hearted villagers accepted Mion as a resident of the village, and then he gave up his wandering life to live in the hamlet. But he realized that they had not accepted him as part of their community. And if anything happened, those damned villagers were ready to banish him at any time. After all, the boy was nothing more than a stranger they could always get rid of. A battle is when the forces of both sides are equal. What was happening to him was not a battle. All he had left was to become an obedient boy. without any desires. It's always been like that. Even when Mion had found a beautiful stone by the river as a child, he took it in his hands and began to look at it with pleasure. A village child sneaking up from behind just took that stone away with the words, "I'll take this, Mion." "Yeah, no problem," was the only thing the boy could afford to answer. If he had something coveted, whatever it was, he was to give it away without any objection. Even when adults asked Mion to help with childish labor, like fixing up the barn, he had to do whatever was asked of him. False modesty and hypocrisy was all he had lived up to that point. But it's different here. He has no choice but to fight to survive. This is completely opposite to the way he has lived his life so far, without battles or conflicts. On this battlefield, where there is no room for deceit or hypocrisy, he will fight and win, even if the life of his opponent is at stake. The doors have opened and the fight begins. Nevertheless, it's the first time when Mion feels so alive, like there's no tomorrow anymore. When Mion passed through the open doors, he found himself back in a room just like his. Walking to the back of the room, the guy saw a blue-haired girl waiting for her opponent. So here the opponent is chosen regardless of gender. Anyway, nothing changes from the fact that Mion's opponent is a girl. To survive, he must defeat her. The moment the girl gets into a fighting stance and prepares to attack, the guy asks her to wait a bit. Putting his hands up, showing the purity of his intentions, the guy says he's not her enemy. The exasperated blue-haired girl asks what he means when he says he's not her enemy. Yes, we shouldn't fight each other. We should join forces. Our real enemy is elsewhere. Mion persistently began to explain to her, telling her the same story as Sane. "No, I'll kill you," the girl said coldly, unwilling to listen to his excuses. Mion is naively frightened and asks her why she doesn't believe him. In his head, he ponders why she won't give in to his deception. Looking at the guy with hatred, the girl explains that she doesn't care at all whether he's telling the truth or lying. She despises him just because he's a man. That's enough for her to kill him. "I'm going to finish off every man in the world. And I'll start with you," she shouted angrily, and then she sprang from her seat and sprinted toward Mion. Her hatred for a man is not normal at all. They don't know anything about each other yet, and she's already raring to go. She's approaching very quickly. In that case, Mion has only two choices: attack back or dodge. However, the guy decides to take his time. Now the best tactic will be to retreat and try to understand the enemy's strategy. Mion still doesn't know what she's trying to accomplish. This girl is acting very strange. He realized it was all about hating men, but maybe she was hiding something else too. Running away from the girl, the prudent Mion decides to buy some time and see what she's up to. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl stops and smiles grimly. Noting that the way Mion was moving made her realize what he was trying to accomplish. If that was true, there was no point in hiding it anymore. In that same second, a long one-handed sword materializes in her hand. A surprised Mion asks where she's been hiding the sword all this time, and in general where she got the weapon in this place. Swinging her sword with all her might, the girl frantically shouted that she had no intention of telling anyone about it. Damn it, that's not fair. Nothing in this world is fair at all. While dodging this girl's blows, Mion noticed that she was incredibly fast. It was as if she had been fencing all her life. Also, because of the angle of her swing, it's hard to dodge her. She's so small in stature, but she's good with a sword. Plus, even though this room isn't small, it's still an enclosed space. At this rate, Mion won't be able to dodge for long. "You think you can avoid me forever?" the blue-haired girl shouted angrily, striking with her sword. As she came close to the wall, the guy dodged just in time, but her attack hit the wall, and the weapon flew out of her hands. Realizing that this might be his only chance, Mion immediately rushed towards the sword to pick it up and seize the advantage. "Shit," the girl muttered, looking hopelessly at the sword lying on the ground. "Looks like we've switched places now." The dark-haired boy grinned and held his sword in his hands. "Damn man," shouted the girl, standing in the same spot. Abruptly tearing towards the girl, Mion finally decides to kill her and absorb her memories. This way, he will understand how she was able to obtain the sword. Wait a minute, what's going on? Mion had completely disarmed her, but why was this girl so calm about it? Maybe the guy missed something. The second the dark-haired guy drew his sword to strike, the weapon disappeared from his hands. The sword materialized in the opponent's hand once again. Mion had been deliberately deceived. It happened very suddenly, so the guy tries to stop and distance himself a bit from his opponent to keep a safe distance. However, it was too late. He was too close to the enemy. "That's it. Die already," the blue-haired girl shouted mercilessly, swinging around and stabbing at Mion's arm with her sword. "Shit. This situation where I'm hurt and unarmed, I can't think of anything worse," the dark-haired boy thought, stopping the bleeding with his other hand. Laughing creepily and looking at her opponent with disdain, the girl asks him where all his energy went. She mockingly demands that the guy come over and take it. Mion's wounds are deeper than he thought. He's already lost a lot of blood. However, the opponent did not want to give the guy time to rest or think about the plan. The girl immediately threw a series of punches. Each time her attacks become more and more assertive, making it harder for Mion to dodge them. Her attacks seem to be getting faster and faster. "You won't win if you keep avoiding me like this, you bloody man," shouted the enraged girl, delivering blow after blow. After a while, Mion realizes that it's not her speeding up, it's him getting slower. Would he, already all shredded and exhausted, be able to dodge her next attack? "Now I'm going to finish you off," winding her sword above her head and accelerating, the blue-haired girl yelled madly. "It's too fast. Mion won't be able to dodge." Various horrible memories immediately began to surface in his mind. They reminded him of what he was here for. All his life he'd lived like scum. He must have his revenge, for himself and for Misha, who was executed in front of his eyes for no reason. He doesn't want to be a loser anymore, facing death and cornered. Thanks to the confidence and determination that filled his heart and mind, he was able to repel the final blow of the enemy. The weapon that had severed his own head materialized in his hands. Ironically, this time it had saved his life. "How dare you block my attacks, you worthless man," shouted the enraged opponent. Mion immediately retreated farther away from his opponent. Fortunately, he was able to repel this attack without any consequences and retrieve his sword. But the situation was still hopeless. Strength, agility, technique, skill. In all of these things, the enemy is superior. Despite this sudden turn of events, the blue-haired girl continued to attack her opponent relentlessly. It's getting harder and harder to dodge. Some of the attacks are minor, but still reach their target, leaving small wounds on the guy's body. Mion is losing blood faster and faster. If the fight drags on too long, he'll definitely lose. Even with a sword, you're still running away. "Don't you have any pride?" the girl shouted angrily, waving her weapon around. Right now, all of the guy's energy is spent trying to withstand her attacks. He's completely unable to counterattack. Nevertheless, Mion believes his chance will surely come. While the guy sits on his knee without strength, leaning on his sword, the girl says imperiously, "How dare you resist me, you worthless man." When a guy is in that state, she thinks she's already won. "In your next life, don't you dare be born a man," the distraught girl shouted, bringing her sword behind her head for the killing blow. This is exactly what Mion has been waiting for. The moment when the opponent would make a big swing for the final attack, the guy jumped off his knee and launched his only attack of the entire fight, trying to take advantage of the chance he was given. Running closer, he blocks the sword strike with his left hand, allowing the blade to enter almost to the bone. The dazed blue-haired girl cries out, not understanding why he did it. "You missed one important thing," Mion said quietly through gritted teeth in pain. At the same moment, he swung his sword in a swift motion and pierced through his opponent. "When you kill someone, be prepared to be killed yourself," the guy says indifferently, looking at the face of the girl stabbed by the sword. Drenched in blood, the blue-haired girl doesn't understand why. Even though she was swinging her sword the whole time, Mion still decided to shorten the distance. "I was beaten by a guy who doesn't even know the basics of swordsmanship." Falling to the ground, she whispered in frustration, "I don't know much about you, but I feel like you deserve to have all your time spent fencing go to waste," Mion said with disgust, looking at his opponent and smiling nervously. The girl looked at the guy with hatred and shouted out of her last strength, "You bastard." She doesn't want to die here without killing all these damn men, but her fate is already sealed. At this moment, Mion falls to his knees without strength, dropping his sword. He won that battle too, but the guy lost so much blood that now he might die. At that very second, the wounds from the battle began to heal very quickly. He's saved. His wounds are completely healed. The moment he kills his opponent, his body is healed. Suddenly, just like the last time he had finished off Sign, memories of the blue-haired girl he had killed entered his mind. A little girl fights with her brother over a stuffed bunny. A grown woman comes up and takes her toy away from her. The mother explains to the girl that her brother took the toy first. Already in her teens, she decided to show everyone that girls can wield a sword too. Masterfully delivering her best punch, the girl managed to shred the training dummy, unlike her untalented brother. However, it happened that her father ordered her to quit fencing and prepare to become a bride. When the girl asked her father to choose whom to marry, he told her to keep silent. She has no right to choose what to do with her life. Since she was born into this family, she is part of it. It is natural to sacrifice herself for her family. She couldn't understand why only women were being sacrificed. Unable to withstand the pressure, she played chop suey on the violin, wishing to be reborn as a man in her next life. Once there, Bucky, like the others, tells the frightened girl that she will have to fight once a year. In her first battle, she had a man who wanted to do more to her than just kill her. That's what got to her psyche. She brutally finished that man off by kicking him to death, delivering blow after blow. Eventually she became completely mad. Year after year, her hatred grew and grew. The girl herself became a murder weapon. Mion, looking thoughtfully at the sword in his hand, realizes that the only information he can use is information about swordsmanship. At this moment, the blue light emanating from the girl's body reappears again. Long demonic arms emerged from the ground again. "To think I lost to someone like you. I'll damn you to hell," screamed the blue-haired girl, stepping out of her physical body as demonic hands dragged her into the dark abyss. "Come on, if you can," grinning with a bloodthirsty smirk, Mion answered her. The last thing the girl had time to say before she was pulled away completely was, "Go to hell." Mocking her, the dark-haired guy grinned creepily and promised that he would make sure to use her memories properly. Between the begging, this time, it's his biggest harvest from the battle. Now Mion has his own weapon. He doesn't know how it works, but once he was able to summon the sword, he can now summon it whenever he wants. But strangely enough, in Sully's memory, he found no way to summon the sword. Apparently the answer to that question will take a little longer. Suddenly the guy felt sick and dizzy. Mion's wounds had already healed, but he still lost too much blood. He makes the decision to lie down and get some rest. Bucky spoke up, "I see you survived this round too. Looks like you don't have a shred of morality or empathy anymore." "Oh, that's wonderful. Keep on surviving like that. I know that myself. Just be quiet already." Covering his face with his hand, the tired Mion replied indifferently. Mion stands on the bank of the river and watches the current. A large rock flies into his head from behind. The guy turns around and angrily asks who threw the rock at him. Turning around, he sees no one. He tells the stranger not to hide and asks why he did it. "Are you asking why I threw a rock at you?" Sane says quietly, standing behind the boy. A disfigured Sane grabs Mion by the shoulder and creepily explains that it's all because he killed him. Seeing this, the dumbfounded Mion shouted at the top of his voice, "Why did you betray me? Didn't we become comrades?" Grabbing the dark-haired boy by his shirt, the disfigured Sane shouted. With a horrified gasp of dismay, Mion ran in the opposite direction. He's running away from the darkness that consumes him. He tries to escape the hatred of the man he beat to death with his fists. However, the faster he ran toward the light, the more swiftly the darkness dragged him along. Not realizing where he is, the guy tries to find a way out of the abyss. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice. It is definitely Misha. Mion runs towards the voice and asks her to call back. In the distance, shrouded in darkness, a lone Misha stands with her back to the guy. Mion walks up behind his friend and puts his hand on her shoulder. He's glad he's finally able to find her. "I finally found you," shouted a girl with a disfigured face, grinning madly to her ears. It was the Selly he had stabbed. The mutilated girl grabbed the guy by the throat and started choking him with both hands, screaming madly that all men should die. "Let me go," shouted Mion as he woke up in a cold sweat from the nightmare. Damn, I'll dream about that. Maybe it's because the guy absorbed Sane and Sally's memories. Materializing the sword in her hand, Mion decides to practice a bit. First of all, the guy decided to try out some combination sword attacks to test his cold weapon skills. He noticed that his body felt very light. It was no longer his imagination. He had definitely gotten faster and stronger than during the battle with Sally. But why? Increases in speed and strength are usually accompanied by physical growth. This is unusual. I'm not sure why, but there seems to be no such thing as growth and aging in this stone room. Since he first came here 2 years ago, his height and hair remained the same as it was then. There was not the slightest change. Even if he cuts his hair, the next day it grows back. So the increase in physical ability has nothing to do with body growth. Maybe it was because of the blue light that came from the corpse, but it also absorbed the same blue light from Sign's corpse. Come to think of it, his body felt lighter also when he killed Sign. At that time, he thought it was because of the decrease in tension after the victory, but maybe it was because his physical performance had increased. If this guess is correct, it means that Mion not only receives the memories of his opponents, but also absorbs their power. Survival of the fittest. So, these aren't meaningless words that Bucky said. Moreover, what he gained in this battle this time was not only the increase in his physical stats, thanks to the fact that the guy had absorbed all of Sully's memory. He, who had never picked up a sword, could now handle it freely. Her memory will be a great asset to Mion's survival. However, there is one thing that bothers him a lot. When he swings his sword, he can't escape the feeling that something is wrong. Maybe it's because the guy has the memories, but the body is different. It feels clumsy, like he's moving around in clothes that aren't his size. And the only way to fix that is of course practice. Another year had passed. During this time, Mion honed his swordsmanship day by day. After finishing another grueling workout, the guy lay down on the ground to rest a bit. After training, the feeling of being out of his body was gone. He's glad he was able to get it sorted out before the fight tomorrow. Anyway, it had been 3 years since he had come here. He had already gotten completely used to the life here. Whether it was his lonely training sessions, his fights with opponents, or his loneliness, now Mion no longer remembered his life in the wild. It was as if it was just a horrible dream. The guy has a fight tomorrow, so he makes the decision to not think too much and go to bed. Through his sleep, Mion hears a very loud strange noise, but pays no attention to it. But it suddenly came to him that he was alone here, and there should be no noise while he slept. As he jumps up, he notices that there is an incredibly huge crowd of armed men around him, unknown to him. The way they behave, it is clear that no one here knows each other. No one trusts anyone and everyone keeps their distance. Why are there so many people here? The whole big room is crammed full of people. Bucky, what the hell are you up to? Today was supposed to be the day of battle, when Mion would have squeezed to death with the enemy that came out from behind the gate. But with so many people suddenly appearing here, did that mean something else was going on? The others don't seem to be much different from the guy. They all don't understand what's going on. That means this is the first time a situation like this is happening. In that case, there's no point in starting a conversation with them, since no information will be forthcoming. Is there no other choice but to ask Bucky? No, wait a minute. Mion's been thinking about something. Would it be a bad idea to take the first step? They are all on high alert right now, but because they are expecting attack from all sides, they are more vulnerable. If he uses this to his advantage, he can turn it into an advantage. Just as Mion decided to spring into action, the man behind him called out. The frightened boy turned around sharply. Smiling, the green-haired guy asked not to be so cautious towards him. As he got closer to Mion, he noticed that they were most likely the same age. Is it just a coincidence that this guy approached Mion just as he was about to attack? The guy decides to listen to the stranger for a while. My name is Rako, what's yours? The green-haired guy introduced himself in a friendly manner. Mion also introduced himself to his interlocutor before asking if he knew anything about what was going on here. I don't know. Today was supposed to be the day of the battle, but before I knew it, I was already here. Besides, this is the first time I've met someone my own age, so I thought I'd approach you, told Rako. taking his eyes off to the side, and then wondering if Mion himself knew anything about it. The dark-haired boy replied that it was the same for him. This is his first meeting with other people, so Raku doesn't know anything either. No, something's wrong. He's too calm. He doesn't pay attention to his surroundings at all. It's as if everything is going just as he had hoped. When Raku asked when Mion got here, the guy replied that it was about 3 years ago, and then asked a similar question to his interlocutor. The moment he decided to answer the question, someone's scream sounded nearby. A man is betrayed by his newfound partner, stabbing him in the back and chopping his shoulder. He yells at the offender that he is a traitor, and he will curse him. Did you say traitor? You must be joking. Aren't you an idiot who is easily fooled? Who in their right mind would trust in a place like this where we're killing each other? With a smirk on his face, slinging his dagger, the attacker explained. He then explained to the dying man that life is about eating or being eaten. Others began to resent such an act. The battle had not yet begun. Bucky still hadn't said anything. The man with the mohawk said that anyone who thinks that way is an idiot. Are they really going to wait for Bucky to say something? It's obvious why Bucky gathered them all here. What else could it be but to kill each other? Whoever starts before it's said will have the advantage. After saying that, everyone around them began to look at each other suspiciously. If it's as he says, then doesn't that mean the battle has already begun? At the same moment, the man with the mohawk began to absorb the power of the man he had killed. At this moment, long demonic arms emerged from the ground and began to drag him behind them. Not realizing what is happening, the man, panicking, begins to scream that he is still alive. People watching this went into a stupor because of the horror. Why did this happen? But that's not what's bothering Mion right now. If he had attacked that guy, they would have taken him there too. At that moment Bucky spoke up. I see everyone has gathered. Come to think of it, I never really explained the rules, did I? Everyone who fights here will go to hell. One of the people present starts yelling at Bucky, calling him a bastard. He asks why Bucky still hasn't explained why he gathered them all here. Another man shouted out, asking Bucky why he was making them fight in such a place, then demanded that he be returned to where he was. At the same moment, demonic hands came out again and dragged the two of them into the underworld. Anyone who stands against me will go to hell. Is there anyone else who wants to live in hell? Bucky said. I despise those who interrupt me. Are you upset? It's only natural, though, you're all weaklings. Up until now, you've all fought in a battle where your opponent was only one person, but from now on, the way you all fight will change. The gate in front of you will introduce you to a new battlefield. Your opponent out there is everyone but yourself. There is only one rule: survival of the fittest. When you find yourself on a new battlefield, you'll know what you need to do, so get moving. Just as Mion is about to enter the new battlefield, he is called out by Raku. Let's meet again, the green-haired guy said with a friendly smile. After that, he turned his back to Mion and entered the gate. Yep, the dark-haired guy said, smiling back, looking at him. Everyone present is already fighting on the battlefield. Well, Mion has to hurry too, to keep up with the general pace. The guy turns around and walks through the dark gate. As he walked out of the gate, Mion noticed that there wasn't a single person around him, though he's sure most got here much earlier than he did. First of all, Mion decided to inspect the battlefield. From now on, he won't be able to relax for a second. There's only one rule here: survival of the fittest. For Mion, everyone here is an enemy except himself. You never know when and where an enemy might appear. Even one moment of carelessness can result in a guy being swallowed in one fell swoop. After walking around the corridors here for a bit, Mion realized what kind of place he was in. The whole thing is one huge labyrinth. The passages are connected in all directions. There's no beginning or end in sight. Staying in the stone room would have been much better than this. Where this path led, or where he should go, Mion had no idea at all. Behind the wall, the boy heard some sounds. It sounds like other people's voices, but they are far away from him. It means that there is no one near him right now. Suddenly he heard a sound nearby. Someone is fighting nearby. Mion decides to go to the source of the sound to find out what's going on. Two boys are fighting on swords. The boy in green is already wounded in the shoulder. The man in the blue cape laughs at the wounded boy and suggests that he stop resisting. because he can't stand up properly anymore. The boy finds it very difficult to defend himself, as his strength is really running out. Mion is watching this fight from around the corner. These are the exact sounds he heard the other day. The two were too busy fighting to notice the dark-haired guy. At the same moment, someone's sword flies past Mion. The enemy had knocked the weapon out of the green-clad guy's hands and was now preparing to finish him off. "Be proud to be a part of my power," shouted the man and drew his sword behind his head. Mion looked behind them to see what was wrong. The boy spotted him, and just as the man was about to deliver a killing blow at him, he shouted, "Now!" The blue-clothed man standing with his sword above his head looked around, but saw no one behind him. "You little brat, how dare you try to trick me?" the man shouted angrily, looking at the boy with hatred. But just as he was about to slaughter the boy, he was stabbed from behind by a sneaking Mion. "You coward, you stabbed me in the back during battle," the blonde man muttered before he died. Looking ruthlessly at the man he just killed, the guy takes his power. When the demons took the dead man's body to the underworld, Mion called him an idiot with a chuckle. "Everyone is an enemy here. It's natural to attack your enemies, isn't that right?" Mion inquired of the wounded boy lying beneath his feet. He, trying to keep himself alive, replies that it doesn't mean you have to make everyone your enemy. If you get along with someone, you can become comrades. "I wonder if there is such a person." Twirling the sword in one hand indifferently, the dark-haired boy muttered. The wounded boy tries to convince Mion that he is the man. After all, it is thanks to the boy that he is still alive. The boy thinks that they can become good comrades since Mion saved his life. As if not listening to him, Mion raised his sword above him and struck with a light swing. However, after a couple of seconds, the boy realizes he's still alive. Stopping the sword blade in front of the kid's face, Mion clarifies that he believes his words for now. After that, he introduces himself. The boy thanks him for believing him and is called Edgar. Without answering him anything, Mion, with a satisfied expression on his face, simply turns around and walks away. He figures he won't get much stronger even if he kills a guy who looks so weak, so he decides to let him live for now. If need be, he can kill him at any time. Especially if he meets someone much stronger, he can use the boy as a human shield and escape. At that moment, the memory of the deceased seeped back into his mind. This memory doesn't seem particularly useful. Mion was very fortunate to have been able to get Sully's memories early on. The sane man lived an ordinary life, far from the battles. Sitting on the ground, the boy looks at the back of the departing Mion. His wound's pretty deep, and the bleeding won't stop. At this rate, he'll be dead soon. And so he decides to kill his savior to heal his wounds. He raises his weapon and stealthily sneaks up on Mion, drawing his sword to stab him in the back. Edgar strikes with all his might, but his sword stops. The boy's face fills with fear. Mion blocked the attack without looking at his opponent, putting his sword behind his back. The boy turned back to Edgar, looking at him chagrined and disdainful. At that very second, the sword flew out of the kid's hands. "Edgar, do you have any last words left?" Pushing the boy to the ground with his foot and pointing his sword at him, Mion inquired. Edgar starts to get out of it again. He explains to the dark-haired guy that he got it all wrong. Because his shoulder hurts and he doesn't feel strong, his arm accidentally slipped. In the next second, Mion stabbed his sword into Edgar's face. "Comrades, as if we could be comrades in such a hell." Staring blankly at the corpse beneath his feet, Mion said. After a while, the guy is walking alone through the labyrinth again. He's already hungry. Come to think of it, how the hell could he get food in this place? Back there in the stone room, food would appear around the time he was hungry. He decides to focus on finding food for the moment. Mion, looking around, wanders alone through the maze in search of food. Suddenly he notices the cooked food lying on the ground. Everything looks the same as in the stone room. The guy thanks God there's no one here, and he's the first one who could find it. He decides to sit down and have a quick meal before anyone comes in. At the same moment, someone's voice rang out. Someone's coming. There seems to be more than one person. 3 armed men came up from behind, uniting into one group. They are unhappy that Mion is sitting alone eating like a rat. One of them offers to kill the guy. Realizing that he couldn't handle the group alone, Mion immediately got to his feet and ran in the opposite direction, taking some meat with him. What a poor little thing. running with his tail between his legs as soon as he saw us. If only I hadn't been hungry, I'd have caught up with him and finished him off, the red-haired boy said with a chuckle. The guy with the purple hair agrees that they shouldn't run anywhere, but eat a good meal first. After finishing their meal, the group of people decide to take a good break before going out to kill the loners. Suddenly, the purple-haired guy notices something strange in the depths of the tunnel they came from. The man with gray hair also smelled someone approaching. This person was a guy dressed in purple and wearing dice-shaped earrings. The red-haired and purple-haired guys laugh at this loner. However, they are surprised that even though this guy is alone, he doesn't try to escape and goes to meet them. The gray-haired man remarks, since he's alone and coming this way, doesn't that mean he has a touch up his sleeve? Laughing loudly and pointing at the man walking towards him, the red-haired guy notices that the man doesn't even have a weapon. And even if he had a weapon, how could they lose if there are 3 of them and he's alone? If that guy is looking for a fight, not realizing the position he's in, they might just kill him. The gray-haired man clearly doesn't like the idea, but while they were discussing all this, a man with earrings walking towards them just walked past. The guy with purple hair started laughing at the man who had just passed. He was sure that the man realized that he didn't stand a chance against them. Then, pulling out his sword, the red-haired guy jumped up and ordered the man with the earrings to stop. The purple-clothed guy stopped and turned around to look at the sword-naked opponent. The red-haired guy teases him, saying that the man in purple is a spineless bastard who meekly passes food because he's afraid to fight over it. The man in purple clearly didn't like the insults directed at him. By the food that had just been eaten by a group of people lay the remains of the bodies of a purple-haired guy and a gray-haired man. "Who the hell are you? I've never heard of anything like this," screams the red-haired boy trapped in the material cube in tears. He asks the guy with the earrings to let him go and promises he'll never see him again. The guy with the earrings silently takes the dice in his hand. The red-haired guy is hysterically begging not to roll that die. The guy with earrings lets go of the dice, and the dice, pushed off the ground a few times and spinning a little on the spot, falls with the number 4 upwards. Immediately after that, the guy standing inside the cube was chopped into 4 pieces like a sword. "It's finally quiet," said the guy with the dice-shaped earrings a little verbally. 3 days later, hungry Mion is still wandering the labyrinth alone. For the first time in a long time, you can see the food ahead untouched by anyone. The guy's face doesn't have the judgment it used to have. Now his only goal is to get food at any cost. However, as he ran up to get a good meal for the first time in a long time, another group came over to eat. With no chance against them, Mion runs away again. He hasn't eaten anything since the previous day. He's just about the only person in this maze who isn't a member of the squad. Now he looks like an appetizing meal to them. Maddened by hunger, Mion promised that there was no way he would collapse here and would definitely survive. A red-haired man, walking next to a regular kid, unhappy that they had to run away from a large troop again after giving them food. A group of 5 or 6 people had stolen everything again today, even though they had found the food first. The guy walking next to him asks Jack not to worry so much. When Jack asks him what he means, the guy explains that there is as much food as there are people fighting. Then, if they keep killing, the number of people will decrease, and there will be more food for those who are left. "You're such an idiot. It's not just the number of people. The amount of food will decrease too," the red-haired man shouted angrily. And he explains that it's not just about an empty stomach. Even if they don't starve to death, they end up having to fight other people for a piece of food. When that happens, who will win? The group of 5 or 6 people who filled their stomachs with food, or the starving people who couldn't eat anything? An annoyed Jack explains that if they hadn't known the guy when he was alive, he wouldn't be driving around with someone like him. Suddenly the kid notices the food on the ground, grabbing Jack's hand. The red-haired man praises Carl. He's finally being useful for once. However, Mion is already standing by the food, sword drawn. The 2 companions are surprised that someone has already gotten to the 2 loaves of bread. Jack tells Carl that it doesn't matter. They should just kill the guy and be done with it. It seems like an easy task for the 2 of them to take down one hungry guy and take his food from him. Walking over to Mion, Jack explained that it was their food, and if the guy didn't want to fight them, he should drop the bread and get out of here. Mion yells that he can't just give them the food, since he's been on the run for days and finally found it. Naive Carl replies that they haven't eaten in days either, and they aren't going to give up that food either. These words make Jack very angry. He yells at the guy, saying he's an idiot, and you can't just tell your opponent that. Carl apologizes, noting that they are in the same situation as Mion. In turn, Mion realizes that these two have also, like him, been in hiding for a long time and therefore will not back down so easily. If they can't back down, we'll have to fight them. However, after noticing the red-haired man scolding the kid, Mion has a bloodthirsty plan in his head. When the two decided to attack, the guy asked them to wait and told them they didn't need to fight. Mion asks the two companions to think about what they will be left with if they fight over food. This will make them even a little hungrier, and they'll soon go hungry, which means that even the one who wins will end up dead. Hearing this, Carl was greatly startled, but he continued listening to Mion. The guy explained that food was getting scarcer every day. It was probably Bucky's idea to make them fight over food. No one can survive in a maze where large groups have gathered, and food supplies are quickly running low. Eventually they will starve to death. Noticing how confidently Mion speaks, Jack asks him if he knows a way to survive. The guy replies that the only way to deal with a crowd is to become an even bigger crowd, so he offers to cooperate. Jack explains that he can't make a decision on his own, and so he decides to talk things over with his partner. Saying something in Carl's ear, the red-haired guy turns to Mion and informs him that they really should work together if he's going to share the food. Mion threw them one loaf of bread for two, and he himself, eating his own, announced to them that they were now a team. He explained that he, too, had not eaten in a long time, so he could not give them everything. Carl thanked the guy, saying that they hadn't eaten in a while either, but when he turned to Jack, he noticed that he had already eaten all the bread that had been given to the two of them. The guy asks the man why he didn't share with him. Jack promises the brat that he'll eat his portion when they find more food. It would be better if Jack ate first, instead of Carl, who's so clueless. Just as Mion suspected, they don't get along very well. It seems like a relationship where one party is taking advantage of the other. Carl must be very unhappy, and so Mion will take advantage of this in the future. Exploring the maze, the only thing they found were scraps. Finally exhausted and unable to find food, they decide, at Mion's suggestion, to rest for a while. Jack agrees with him. He too is very tired and wouldn't mind a nap right now. Mion asks them to set up here and goes to scout the area. Unable to hold back his tears, Carl asks his companion to keep looking for food, since he alone hasn't eaten anything. Calling him an idiot again, Jack says he can't take much more if he doesn't get some sleep. He then asks why don't they get some rest and then continue searching. The red-haired man goes to bed first, and he asks Carl to keep an eye on Mion. He is afraid that the boy might attack them. He asks Carl if he has understood everything. The frustrated kid replies that he's got it all figured out. It was always like that. Jack took his food away from him, always insulting and swearing at him over nothing. This time again he couldn't say no. It irritates him a lot in himself. However, this relationship between partners only benefits Mion. Internal conflict can go a long way toward developing his strength. As Bucky said, there is only one general rule in this place: survival of the fittest. Stepping out from around the corner, Mion walked over to his allies and immediately lay down next to Jack nonchalantly, placing his sword beside him. After waiting a bit, the guy pretending to be asleep opened his eyes and looked at the man lying next to him. It looks like Jack has already fallen asleep. Mion decides to spring into action. Still lying on his back, the boy shifted his gaze to the boy guarding them. Standing against the wall, Carl was surprised to notice that the young man was awake and looking at him strangely. At this moment, Mion nonchalantly began to lift himself off the floor, while a perplexed comrade yells out, asking the guy what happened. Rising to his feet, the young man headed toward Carl, putting his hand behind his sinus. Noticing that the guy was acting strangely, the dumbfounded boy immediately grabbed his sword, asking him what he was going to do. Moving a little closer, Mion calmly asked the kid to be quiet. Taking out his hand, the guy pulled out half a loaf of bread and held it out to his surprised partner. "That's all that's left of my loaf of bread. You're the only one who hasn't eaten anything, aren't you?" he said in a friendly tone. Looking at the dazed Carl, After thanking him, the boy took the bread and immediately began to eat it with gusto. Mion explains that his partner does not need to thank him because they are friends, and friends should help each other in times of trouble. Friends, well, yeah, you're right, Carl muttered uncertainly, looking at the loaf in his hands. As he continued eating, the boy asked the dark-haired boy if he hadn't eaten the whole bun. Pointing a glance at the man lying behind him, Mion explained that he had only pretended to eat the whole thing. After all, if he'd given Carl hers when they'd first met, Jack could have taken it all. Stuffing the last piece of bread into his mouth, the surprised kid asked what the guy meant. Am I wrong? You shouldn't be so surprised. With a horrified look at him, Mion uttered, he's the kind of guy who eats all the bread he's given for two. It's like he doesn't care about you or your feelings. Not wanting to believe what the guy had just said, Carl shouted out that this man wasn't like that. Shaking his head, the boy explains that Jack is his friend. He's the only one who talks to him. He may look like that on the outside, but on the inside, Carl sure thinks a lot of him. He probably does. At that moment, Jack, who was lying nearby, shouted irritably, telling the boy to shut up and be quiet. He couldn't sleep because of his chatter. One more word and I'll kill you, the angry man yelled, then turned away and began to fall asleep. Friends, Mion whispered, smiling grimly. Don't you think you're the only one who feels that way? Looking at the guy in horror, a doomed Carl can't find the words to object to anything. Moving closer to him, Mion asked permission to give one piece of advice. Hearing what the guy said to him after those words, Carl had a startled look on his face. Several hours had passed, morning had replaced night, and it was time for further exploration of the labyrinth. Mion reminds his partners that this is the time when food appears, and so they'd better look around for it. An excited Jack agrees, saying that he's already starving. Looking at them, the dark-haired guy suggests that his comrades just go ahead for now. After a while, Mion and Carl walk leisurely beside each other through the labyrinth. Realizing something was wrong, the red-haired man turned around in surprise. Why is Carl so far away from them? Slowly weaving behind the boy, his gaze lowered frustratedly as he pondered everything Mion had told him last night. Hey Carl, what are you fussing about? Didn't you want to eat? Jack shouted irritably at him. Coming out of his musings, the kid realized that he was pretty far behind the group. Apologizing, he immediately ran up to his comrades. Jack glared angrily at the boy, noting how much of a pain in the ass Carl was. Quite a bit more time passed, but no matter how many times they walked, there was no food anywhere. It was as if Bucky had simply forgotten about them. But it didn't last long. After some time of searching, Carl, pointing his finger forward, shouted that there was food there. That's right, there really is food in there. Surprised, Jack swept up Carl, a guy who's usually useless, but he's good at finding food. However, looking thoughtfully at the corridor going far ahead, Mion realizes that something is not right here. There's something standing in front of the food. Some unknown matter that looks like a barrier or something. What is this translucent thing? Realizing that no one was around, an overjoyed Jack shouted to Mion that this food was definitely theirs now. Suddenly the dark-haired guy who stopped him with his hand asked his partner to wait a bit. At that moment, a man ran out from around the corner and, laughing, shouted that this food would now be his. A dumbfounded Carl immediately shouted that they were the first to find her. Shut up, she's mine, the stranger muttered with a chuckle, running into range of the unknown matter. But in the same second, that man's head was chopped in two. In an instant, the man's entire body was cut into pieces. As his remains fell to the floor, as they always did, a portal from the underworld opened and demonic hands dragged him to hell. What happened now? Did he just die? What's that all about? I hope you're all used to the new battlefield. Bucky's voice suddenly sounded. I have one thing to tell you. As of today, there will be traps in the maze you are in. Behind these traps you will find what you need. What lies behind them, you can see at a glance. When the barrier dissipated, the three saw a loaf of bread lying on a plate behind him. So it was a trap. Now it's gone. So it disappears when someone falls into it. Also, in his speech, Bucky implies that there could be more than just food behind the traps. And another thing, it seems as if some people still don't understand what they're supposed to do. Bucky added to his unfinished speech. So let me get this straight. Get stronger. And you already know how to do it. It's simple: fight, kill, take away. Just like you always have. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will be eliminated. Gritting his teeth with exertion, Mion realized that he had overlooked something, and now is not the time to delay. While he stomped around, others fought, killed, and grew stronger. If that's the case, then the difference in their strength is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, Mion needs to reduce this difference as soon as possible. As they got closer, the boys noticed that there was really only one loaf on the plate. That's it. There's less and less food, don't you think? Jack said irritably, looking at the bread. How do you expect me to be fed up with this? He muttered, grabbing the loaf and beginning to eat it alone. A tense Carl looked at the man and reminded him that it was his turn to eat. Chewing on his bun, Jack explained that it had been decided yesterday, but today would be different. Offensively lowering his gaze, Carl realized everything. Mion had indeed been right. This man is the kind of man who eats all the bread he's given for two. Like he doesn't care about his own friend. At that moment the boy was distracted from his thoughts by an irritated shout from Jack, who had already finished his bread. Approaching him, the angry man asked the kid if he had any objections. With a startled look under his feet, Carl says he has no objections. I have, Mion suddenly said, startling his partners with those words. The boy reminded him that yesterday Jack had eaten everything he'd given them for two. Even if it had been different, wasn't it rude to eat all the food alone when there was so little of it? Plus Carl hasn't eaten anything at all, so the man should give it to him. Unhappy with such remarks, Jack looked at Mion angrily. Tension hung in the air, building inexorably, as the man tried to think of what to answer him. A stunned Carl gratefully tells the boy that he never thought he would get so much attention from a man he only met yesterday. The boy is so touched that he can't hold back his tears. Finally, an exasperated Jack yelled that he had figured it out. The next thing they found would be given to Carl. The man then exclaimed indignantly that the food was so scarce that he did not feel satiated. With a glance at him, Mion realizes that their journey together will soon come to an end. The boy asks Jack not to get so angry. The young man suggests that they just look for the traps that Bucky talked about. He said that the other side of the trap has what they need. If they are lucky, they might find food there. The annoyed redheaded partner adds that even if they manage to find it, they still won't be able to eat properly. After a while, they walk the maze again in search of sustenance. Suddenly, the three approach another trap, behind which is an unknown blob of energy. I think we'll find what we need here, so let's go, Jack said contentedly, rubbing his hands together with impatience. After saying that, they spend a few more seconds together just staring at the trap and what's behind it. Hey Mion, aren't you hungry? The red-haired man suddenly inquired, glancing at the boy standing next to him. Mion responded by saying that even though he was hungry, he wasn't going to go in there first. He then remarked that Jack seemed to be the one who complained the most about being hungry, so no one is going to fall into the trap. In that case, we won't have to go any further with you, Carl shouted coldly. At the same second he took a swing of his battle axe and attempted to kill Mion. However, the dark-haired guy had expected such a turn of events, and so he drew his sword in time and blocked his opponent's strike. At the same time, a fierce duel broke out, accompanied by the ringing sound of metal sword and axe making contact. Everything happened just as Mion had expected. Fortunately, it looked like his efforts yesterday would not be in vain. A frightened Carl stepped back a safe distance so he wouldn't accidentally get caught, trying to figure out what was going on. Striking again, the distraught man can't believe that Mion was able to block his first attack so easily. Glancing at the boy standing behind him during the fight, the dark-haired boy uses his acting skills, asking Jack in surprise why he's suddenly attacking him. We're partners, remember? Mion shouted emotionally, trying to get a frightened Carl off his back. Smiling, Jack explains that the reason for all of this is very simple. He doesn't need the boy anymore. If he managed to kill Mion and absorb his power, he wouldn't have to worry about the guy betraying him anymore. Plus, he'll have more food to eat. A petrified Carl asks his friends to calm down. It's not going to work, Carl. Jack has his own reasons for not stopping. Jack needs to kill me. If he succeeds, Carl, then when you get pushed into the trap, there'll be no one to stop him. With a sly smirk, Mion explained, trying to break through his opponent's block. The pissed-off man can't figure out what the guy is talking about. isn't that right? After you killed me, you were going to push Carl into the trap and disarm it, right? Mion tensely muttered, trying to hold back his enemy's onslaught. It is in this way that the reward on the other side will become yours. Hearing those words and holding back his opponent's counterpunch, Jack stares at him in exasperation, unable to say anything. Looking at all of this, Carl recalls the words his friend said to him that night. "Permission to give you one piece of advice," Mion uttered, smiling grimly. "Jack doesn't see you as a friend. He thinks of you as an obedient dog. I think you should leave Jack when the time is right. For your own good, yes." The fate of a dog that meets a bad master is self-evident. Either it is used until it finds its prey, or it becomes the hunter's dinner. Either way, the result is the same. It doesn't end well. As he listened to him, a frightened Carl didn't understand why the boy was telling him this. He realized that the boy might tell Jack everything. "I just feel like we'll make a better team, unlike him," Mion explained in a friendly manner. After that, the boy decided to end their conversation and go to bed. Those words struck Carl to the core. He couldn't imagine Jack saying something like that to him. Continuing to fight, the red-haired man yells at the kid again, calling him an idiot and asking why he's looking at him like that. Does this kid really believe what this bastard says? He's definitely trying to break them up. Not listening to him, Carl shifted his gaze hopefully to Mion. At this moment, the dark-haired guy is struggling to hold back the opponent's relentless attacks. In a burst of exasperation, Mion shifted his gaze to the eyes of the frightened boy looking at him. Continuing to fight, Jack asks the Dumbus standing to the side to finally finish this guy off. Shaking with fear, Carl can't make a decision. What should he do? "Why do I always have to explain everything to you? How useless you are," suddenly shouted an infuriated Jack. "Carl, you're a real piece of shit. Oh, right, one more thing," Mion said that night before he went to bed. "Sometimes the best way to stay alive is to cut your opponent's life short before he does." This incredible flood of insults and negative emotions literally drove Carl crazy. He will no longer allow himself to be bossed around. "I'm not a dog," Carl shouted, and with a sudden movement he drew his dagger and threw it at his former friend. While Jack's face showed genuine horror, the self-satisfied Mion grinned slyly at the angry boy. The dagger Carl had thrown was in Jack's liver in the same second. The red-haired man yelled angrily at the kid, asking how he could betray him. In response, Carl shouted back that Mion was right when he said the man was going to drive him into that trap and kill him. But now he had changed. Angry Jack promises the boy that he will regret his betrayal. Carl immediately recalls the moment when Jack asked permission to talk about Mion joining their group with his partner. The dark-haired guy naturally didn't refuse him. Leaning toward Carl, the red-haired man whispered something in his ear. Jack explains to his friend that at first they will do whatever Mion says. He asks the boy not to let himself be fooled. They will have to kill him someday anyway. The man asks him to keep that in mind. They will pretend to work together, but once the boy is no longer of use to them, they will kill him. In parallel, Carl recalls how Mion gave him his last bread, calling him a friend. "I will never regret this choice," the boy shouted angrily, clenching his fists in anger. At the same moment, Mion stabbed the weakened enemy through and through with his sword. Jack immediately fell to his knees, bleeding. "Did you hear that? Gotta be at least a little kinder to your partners," the dark-haired guy said with a smirk, looking at him. "That's why your friend is leaving you. All the way to the end, until his last breath." Jack tried to understand why he'd been betrayed and how it could have come to this. Within seconds, the man died while his former comrades stared silently at his already breathless body. Absorbing his power, Mion decides to move on to the next step. At the same time, the lad was called out by Carl, who was standing nearby. The boy held out his hand to the young man. Standing across from him, Carl tells the guy that he wants to be his partner. They have to make an effort together to stay alive until the very end. "I think that's going to be a bit of a problem." With a friendly smile, Mion said eerily. In the next instant, the blade of his sword severed the boy's arm. Shrieking in pain, holding on to his wound, a stunned Carl asks Mion in a trembling voice what happened. Why did he attack him? Didn't the guy say they were going to be partners? Looking at him indifferently, the dark-haired guy explains that he has his reasons. He wasn't going to cooperate with the boy from the beginning. Bleeding cold sweat in the face of impending death, Carl asks doubtfully what it means. "Remember I said Jack's plan was to throw you into a trap, thereby disarming it. That's actually my plan," Mion whispered frantically in his ear. "I tricked you, you idiot." After saying those words, grabbing Carl by the scruff of the neck, the dark-haired guy threw him into the trap in one motion. Flying into this barrier, the boy was immediately cut into pieces while Mion, standing nearby, watched on indifferently. The guy proved once again that he is a more capable survivor, and he will continue to prove it as many times as he wants. It was too quiet in the neighborhood. It was as if the only people in the labyrinth were Mion and the severed arm of the once living Carl lying beside him. Smiling contentedly, the guy decides to go and look at the reward he got by destroying the trap. As he leisurely walks past Carl's shredded remains, he notices a small blob of energy in front of him that looks like a power source. Is this the award Bucky was talking about? What is it? The young man can't figure out what it is, and so he has no choice but to move closer to find out. Approaching this mysterious blue light, Mion extended his hand towards it. Is that the blue light that appears when someone is killed? At the same moment, the young man's body was filled with energy. I wondered what this newfound power was all about. Suddenly, Mion felt something else. A bright blue light began to emanate from Carl's body as well. That energy immediately reached out to Mion specifically for some reason. As this light flowed into him, a part of some kind of symbol formed on the wall next to the trap. The guy didn't kill him directly, but can still absorb his power. I'll have to remember that. At that moment, the young man's mind seemed to be pierced by memories from the lives of the deceased Carl and Jack. Smiling contentedly, Mion hoped that there would be something useful for him in these guys' memories. Suddenly, as he found their memory, the boy realized something amazing. These two knew each other before they got here, and after their deaths, we met again here and started working together. In that case, is it possible that Misha is somewhere in this maze? Will the boy see Misha again? At first, when Mion first got here, the reason he decided to survive was to hope that he could see her again, but now it's probably best if they don't see each other. But suddenly, when the guy started delving into his memories and the memory of his childhood friend, he realized that something was wrong with him. It's weird. Why is this happening? His real memories have started to get mixed up with the ones from when he killed other people. He just can't remember what Misha looked like and his whole life in general. Who is he? Carl, you're a real piece of shit. Sully, quit your fencing and get ready to be a bride. You gotta be a little nicer to your partners. That's why your friend's leaving you. Edgar, do you have any last words? What an idiot. Everyone here is an enemy. It's natural to attack your enemies. Mion, Ben, Sane, Sully, Edgar, Jack, Carl, they all jumbled in his mind and began to turn into one. Am I sane? Or Sully? Carl, trying to remember, the dark-haired boy said quietly, clutching his head hysterically. The young man tries his best to realize who he is. Enough, he shouted with fear. Mion, if it's even just you. Those were the exact words Misha said last. But what the hell did she look like? The village kid approached the boy when he saw the boy looking mesmerized at the beautiful pebble. Mion, shall I take this? Snatching the thing out of the boy's hands, Sane muttered. But was it definitely Sane and not someone else? These chaotic frames began to flash through the young man's mind one after another, gradually driving him insane. He couldn't escape from it, and the only thing he could do was to clutch his head with his hands and endure. I'm sorry, Sane, but I don't trust people anymore. My memories, traces of my life, they stir by themselves. That's enough. This can't go on any longer. After that scream, everything that had been tormenting him suddenly seemed to crack and shatter. He remained standing as well, clutching his head, but it wasn't so unsettling now. Everything had calmed down. Realizing he was alright, Mion opened his eyes, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly his whole body felt like cast iron, and his head began to split. Several hours have passed. Mion lies unconscious on the ground. When the guy comes to, he opens his eyes, not immediately realizing what has happened to him. Remembering everything that had recently happened to him, the dumbfounded young man jumped up from the floor. I am, shouted the boy, getting to his feet and grabbing his sword in a panic to try and defend himself from his enemies. I am, the young man repeated, continuing to breathe rapidly and trying to remember who he was. However, there was not a single person nearby. There was only a long gray corridor in front of him. Dropping the sword from his hand, the guy fell helplessly to his knees. I am Mion, he whispered quietly, falling to the ground in relief. Why is this happening to him? Because of other people's memories. But it wasn't like this before. Even though the guy has all these memories, they existed separately and didn't affect each other. So why did it affect his own memories this time? Mion can't understand why, but he doesn't want to ever feel that way again. The boy felt as if his whole life had been rejected. Did it have something to do with the nightmare he had seen earlier? The young man can't believe that all the memories he has have shifted and distorted his memory. If this continues, Mion will become not the man he was in the beginning, but another with a distorted mind and memory. He didn't know. He had no idea that absorbing memories involved such a deadly risk. He'd been lucky to escape this time, but he couldn't count on the same luck next time. The original plan was to kill people and absorb their power and memory to become stronger. But this made a change of plan inevitable. Now, to become stronger, Mion must avoid rash killing. In that case, the guy already knows what to do. After a while, the young man wanders alone through a huge labyrinth. Keeping her guard up, Mion looks around without stopping to make sure she doesn't miss anything important. Suddenly he hears the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. Hiding around a corner, a guy watches a battle of about 10 men, most likely two large squads met and immediately rushed into battle between themselves. The best solution for Mion right now would be to stay out of this mess. The first thing to do is to take the reward from the trap that no one has found yet. Leaving that place, the guy continued to leisurely wander the labyrinth in search of food and energy spheres of power. Looking around another corner of the intersection, Mion saw what he had been looking for all along. This is another trap Bucky told me about. Noticing her, the guy decides to get a little better look at her. This trap is different from the previous ones, a new shape. It's worth trying to get a little closer. At that moment, two men run out from around the corner, shouting happily that they have finally found the trap Bucky was talking about. They're sure that if they go in there, they'll get something they can use. A dumbfounded Mion irritably shouted to them that they were in his way and demanded they get the hell out of here. Turning on him, the men only sped up, mockingly saying that they would be first anyway. Realizing he had been beaten to it, the dark-haired boy gritted his teeth in anger. At the same second, the two are already running up to the trap. In fact, this worried reaction was part of Mion's plan. His feigned panic made these strangers hurry up and run inside without thinking. They don't seem to know the ins and outs of the trap. That's how they make it easy for the guy. It saves a lot of trouble because he won't need to find someone to drop and disarm the trap. But suddenly the young man noticed that things didn't happen the way he expected them to. These two just walked inside the trap, and they didn't even get blown to bits. How could they walk in quietly and not die? Unlike previous traps, here, when someone walks in, they don't die. If that's the case, things are bad. Mion better hurry up and get the reward before these two get to it. Running up to the trap, the guy just as carefully stepped inside, drawing his sword, finding himself in a long dark room. The young man saw before him many spherical cocoons of some kind of ribbon. Where did the guys who went in first go? Did they hide? While Mion was trying to find them, quiet moans were heard nearby. Abruptly turning around and drawing his sword, the guy shouted out, asking who was here. Looking closer, he realized that those strange sounds were coming from one of the cocoons. Maybe he was just imagining things. Are those things really alive? Suddenly, this cocoon began to shake strangely, as if something inside was trying to break free. Is it coming from over there? At that moment, the two strangers who had run into the trap first before Mion burst out of the putt-putt, squealing exhaustedly. Looking at them in horror, the guy can't figure out what the hell is going on here. Two doomed men are screaming in panic that they can't move and are having trouble breathing. They ask the guy to help somehow. A dumbfounded Mion tries to find out from the two what happened to them. The moment they decided to answer the young man, a mysterious ribbon flew out unbeknownst to them and tied their mouths together. After a couple seconds, the strangers were wrapped in the cocoon again. Looking at all of this, Mion realized what was going on here. In all of these cocoons are most likely dead people, literally buried alive. This is not good. We've got to get out of here. Ho ho ho! New prey has arrived, uttered an unknown creature standing at the exit of the trap. In the same second, it emptied a multitude of ribbons from its hands. The creature shouted that it wouldn't let the guy just run away. After those words, the passage behind her was littered with ribbons. She's blocked the only way out. Now you and I are going to have some fun, the bandage-wrapped woman said cheerfully. Oh, shit. This situation seems hopeless. What can I do? Waving a battle bandage, the woman yelled for Mion to stop standing post and attack. When she struck, the guy blocked her attack by putting his sword in front of the sturdy ribbon. She's pretty fast, and she's strong too. Mion won't be able to defend against attacks forever. As he pondered his next move, the ribbon wrapped around his sword and immediately pointed the sharp end straight at his face. Seeing this, the young man immediately tried to dodge, looking at this strange force with horror. The ribbon missed and pierced one of the cocoons that was behind the guy. In a small room like this, Mion would definitely not be able to avoid all the attacks. We have to get out of here quickly. While the dark-haired boy was wondering if there was no other way out, the pointed end of the ribbon was already in front of his forehead. The next instant, a huge puff of smoke rose in the room. As the fog began to clear, Mion's short silhouette appeared in it. The frightened guy with trembling hands holds the sword, with which he still managed to completely repel the enemy's attack. The woman who had attacked him scared unhappily. How dare you look at me as prey? I am your opponent, she shouted in anger, slapping her hand on her chest. And what I'm playing with you is just a prelude to killing you. Do you understand? As she shouted angrily at the guy, letting the ribbons out of her hands in the process, Mion tried again to fend off her next attack. Tensely looking at the woman, the young man realized the disappointing truth. Any way you look at it, there's no other way out. In other words, the only way to get out of here is to beat her. Mion doesn't have an advantage in speed, strength, or even position. If he doesn't do something soon, he will lose. Though no, I'll survive, the boy muttered quietly, smiling slyly. At the same moment, he snapped out of his seat. Mion headed in the opposite direction from his opponent at full speed. What are you doing? Yelled the irritated woman, glaring at the young man. Running away from her, the guy looked back at her with a chuckle. Seeing that creepy look, the woman realized everything. Mion will win because he is not alone. Was that boy really going to do that from the beginning? Running up to the cocoon, Mion cut it open, freeing the two strangers who had run in first before him. With a relieved exhale, they thanked the guy cheerfully, explaining that they thought they were already doomed. The tense Mion immediately shouted to the two to pull themselves together. They hadn't been saved yet. There was no time to relax. While these men were sitting behind him, the guy non-stop continued to repel his opponent's blows one after another. If we don't beat her together, we'll never get out of here. So let's join forces, shouted the young man, turning on them right as they fought. The gray-haired man looked at his partner and asked uncertainly how they would proceed. All right, let's team up. We're still not getting out of here until we defeat that monster, yelled excitedly to the boy from one of the strangers. Calling out to Mion, he asks his new bro what they should do. The dark-haired guy immediately ordered them to release all the bound people. He was probably wrong, and not everyone in the cocoons was dead. Without a second's hesitation, his new partners immediately rush to help the others, while Mion tries to hold back the monster's onslaught. Don't think I'm going to sit and watch in silence, the woman shouted angrily, glaring at them. At the same instant, she let a few of her battle bats fly towards the two of them. Hearing a loud whistle in front of his ear, the gray-haired man turned around to see what it was. When he saw the pointed end of the ribbon in front of his eye, he immediately realized that now his death was definitely inevitable. But suddenly, that bandage was cut with a sword by the dark-haired guy standing behind him. I am your opponent, Mion repeated her words confidently, glaring at the woman. After a while, there was already a whole crowd of people behind him. Those two men immediately informed their bro that they were finished. While some were helping their comrades out of their cocoons, others were already arming themselves to help their allies in the coming battle. Good, let's all join our forces together and finish her off, Mion shouted, looking at the gathered crowd behind him. Without hesitation, almost everyone immediately rushed towards the enemy to finish her off and take her power. Of course, aside from survival, the main concern now for Mion is to keep someone else from killing this woman. He certainly doesn't want to feel it again, but I guess he'll have to. There's no other way out. If Mion doesn't kill to get stronger, he'll die sooner or later. And if a guy can take this monster's power and memories, he'll be stronger than ever. Of course, some risk is inevitable, but that doesn't mean he has to go along to get along. If the young man fought this monster one-on-one, he would definitely lose. Mion will pretend to attack with everyone else, but will actually wait for the chance to deliver the final blow. Noticing the man standing next to him, the guy realizes that the man is most likely thinking the same thing he's thinking. Mion glanced at him and wondered why he wasn't fighting. After all, if he was lucky, he could finish her off. However, when he saw the face of the trembling blonde-haired boy, he saw tears in his eyes. I can't. It's impossible to kill her. Not on the 10th or 100th try will it work, screamed the crying young man hysterically. A dumbfounded Mion immediately asks the blonde-haired guy what that means. In the same instant, long ribbons completely wrapped around the doomed young man's body. Haha, looks like I've been exposed, the monster bloodthirstily muttered, smiling eerily. These are the situations I have the most fun in. This is the moment when your vain hopes of surviving are dashed to smithereens. With a horrified look at her, people can't understand what's happening to her. What does this blue light mean? Suddenly, the monster snapped out of its tracks, covering a dozen meters in a minimal amount of time. You want to know what this light means? You must be new, since you don't know who the gifted are, said the woman, suddenly running up to Mion closely. At the same time, everyone here was tied up. A startled Mion asks the woman what she's even talking about. Who are the gifted? Before he could say anything, his entire body was bound with tape. Standing in front of the dark-haired boy, the monster pointed out that he didn't need to know that. He was going to die soon anyway. And as a reward for all the pleasure the young man has given her, she promises to give him a quick death. Shit, is this the end? Without even letting the guy even say goodbye to his life, the monster immediately made a swing to chop off his head at once. But suddenly there was a loud explosion behind them, shattering the entire bricked-up exit. Who is it? Turning around, the woman shrieked in horror. A man in high-expensive shoes stood in the aisle, stuffing his hands in his pockets. The green-haired guy just stares blankly at the woman preparing to kill Mion. Rako, said the bound, dark-haired young man, glancing in surprise at the man in the aisle. Hello Mion, glad you're still alive, greeted Rako, giving him a friendly smile and a wave of his hand. Noticing the tied-up guy, he took stock of the fact that he seemed to be in a pretty dangerous situation. Bingo, he'll be dead now, shouted a woman standing nearby contentedly. At the same second she turned around, she laughed evilly and let a ribbon fly at the young man. Oh, shit, Mion shouted, realizing there was nothing he could do about it. Just as suddenly, still standing in the aisle and without taking his hands out of his pockets, Raku shredded the guy's flying ribbon with his scarf. What was that? Why did he do that? The angry monster glowed with blue light and irritatedly asked how dare he interrupt her. In that case, she would kill the green-haired guy first. Turning around, the woman immediately let her ribbons fly at him. However, Raku doesn't care at all. He just doesn't pay attention to her. Nonchalantly coming closer and closer, the guy deflects each of her attacks without straining. How was that possible? Mion couldn't do anything at all against her when she was filled with blue light, and Raku was easily able to repel the attack. Is that guy a gifted person too? You're gifted if you could dodge my attacks, the woman said affirmatively, looking at him dumbfounded. Grinning, Raku pretended not to realize which gifted he was referring to, but he allowed her to call herself that. The woman immediately decides to try to negotiate with him. She explains to her comrade that they don't have to fight each other. If his goal is to save this kid, then she will give him up unconditionally. It wouldn't do anyone any good if they had to fight each other. Hey, wait, you've got it all wrong. I wasn't going to save him at all. I had nothing to do with him, and I have no reason to get in trouble. I just thought I'd say a few last words since I know him. Stepping closer, calmly explained to Raku. These words startled both the woman and Mion himself. At this time Raku continued to speak. Mion, it'll be hard to survive, but you'll do your best. I'll see you later. If there's still a meeting, of course. Well, I'm off and you don't have to worry about me and just get on with it. After saying that, Raku simply turned around and walked back to where he came in from. As he walks away, the two stare back at him in surprise. Is he really going to leave it like that? Completely cornered, Mion realizes that this guy is his only chance. He can't just let him walk away. The young man must somehow force him to fight this monster, so he has a chance to save himself. Wait, Raku, wait, let's make a deal. Mion shouted doomedly after the guy who was leaving. A deal? Raku quietly interjected, stopping in place. Mion promises the guy that he'll be in his debt if he saves him, so he has to help him. In debt? Huh. Do you have something to repay? The green-haired boy asked, still with his back to him. Looks like your last hope is gone. That's right. That look. Those withered eyes with not a shred of hope in them. That look really suits you. A woman standing nearby shouted mockingly. There's no one to stop her now, so the guy is definitely finished. Shit, is this really it? Taking a look at them, Raku realizes that he's really in a lot of trouble, but it wouldn't hurt to help just once. At the same instant, he spent several dozen punches. This woman's battle ribbon instantly shattered into small pieces. Had the scoundrel deceived her? The monster yelled at the guy in anger, reminding him that he said he wouldn't interfere anymore. Is he kidding me? Why is he minding his own business again? For his part, Raku explains that he had no good reason to do so. He just wanted to. What the hell is that kid talking about? What's it all mean? The green-haired guy, smiling slyly, promised that he would leave if the monster let Mion go. However, the woman remarks that there seems to be a big misunderstanding. She explains that Raku has already cheated her and may do it again, and so he will pay for it with his body. And let him not even think he'll be able to get out of here, let alone his buddy. Agreeing in words, is that hard, is it? The green-haired boy muttered disappointedly. While he was saying that, the monster had already released its battle ribbons at him. On his approach, the bandages began to twist strangely. Eventually they turned into something resembling arrows. However, the only thing readable on Raku's face at this moment was equanimity. Standing motionless, the guy again repelled every attack of the enemy with his scarves. After that, he began to leisurely approach the enemy. Even on the move, he has no problem continuing to fend off attacks one after another with his hands in his pockets. Raku really only uses that scarf to block all attacks. How is that even possible? He's not just blocking all attacks, he's getting closer and closer to breaking through them. Then things are bad for this woman. At the same moment, all the hostages trapped in the cocoons were instantly executed. Mion also squeezed with terrifying force. He can't breathe. The only reason he's still alive is because his head is on the surface. Suddenly, Raku's scarf, sharp as a knife, swept in front of his face, shattering the cocoon and freeing the young man. Walking up to Mion, the green-haired guy asks him to step back a bit. Freed from these ribbons finally, the dark-haired young man thanks his savior a little verbally. Meanwhile, blue power energy began to seep out from all the dead people in the cocoons. Beginning to absorb this light, the power of the evil laughing monster began to increase. It was now serious. Have it your way, Raku muttered contentedly, looking at her. At the same moment, a fierce battle began, with dozens of attacks and parries per second. Hiding behind one of the bloody cocoons, Mion watches the whole thing dumbfounded. It's a battle of the gifted. How can Mion fight them and win? The surprised woman can't believe that the enemy is still holding on. However, she still has a trump card up her sleeve. It's her secret trick. Heavenly Silk Net. A giant net woven from a ribbon infused with blue light energy began to approach Raku at full speed. However, even in such a desperate situation, when the threat was almost upon him, the calmness never left the green-haired boy. Suddenly, there was a crushing explosion caused by the contact of the power energy with the gifter. Raku is safely trapped in a dome of silk. What's more, no one knows what's going on inside. Has Raku been defeated? Starting to laugh hysterically, the monster swept up how this guy was building himself up to be so tough, but couldn't do anything about it. That's right, because her heavenly silk net is invincible, an absolutely invincible technique. But the moment she spoke those smug words, the silk dome exploded from within, shattering into pieces. Turns out this absolute technique isn't so invincible. Having blown the trap to smithereens, Raku still, with his hands in his pockets, stares emotionlessly at the monster. With tears in her eyes, the woman tearfully asks the guy out of desperation how he was even able to resist her absolute hold. Absolutely. Absolutely isn't a word you can use anywhere, Raku explained to her with a smirk. Don't come any closer, you monster. The woman shrieked in terror, trembling with fear. Before she could say another word, a long green scarf immediately wrapped around her neck. The guy lifted the woman off the ground. Holding on to her scarf, she calls for help, screaming that she is having trouble breathing. I'll say it again. You don't mind if I keep this guy, do you? Bringing her closer, Raku inquired. The woman thrashes in agony and agrees to his terms, telling him to do what he wants as long as he lets go. In the next second, her head turned into minced meat. The green-haired boy squeezed the woman's skull with all his might, flattening it instantly. The arrangement is complete, Raku said indifferently, looking at her body. Holy shit, he really is a monster. Abruptly tearing towards the exit, Mion realized he needed to get the hell out of here as fast as possible. Mion, where are you going in such a hurry? Grabbing the dark-haired boy by the shoulder, Raku inquired perplexed. While the young man is trying to figure out how he managed to get behind him so quickly, the green-haired guy offers to finish the recently started conversation. How are you going to pay what you owe me? Raku asked him. With a horrified look at him, Mion can't understand what the guy is talking about. He just said something appropriate. But there's no way the guy can pay him. The boy thanked the green-haired young man for saving him, and, of course, he owed him for that. Maybe I'll do whatever you ask, if it's within my power, Mion offered him, smiling nervously. However, Raku's mood changed drastically after hearing those words. Shit, didn't he like the offer? But suddenly the green-haired guy smiled in a friendly way. With a laugh, Raku clarified that he was just kidding. Mion didn't need to repay him. The guy just decided to help him. Unrequited favor, just saving people's lives. The green-haired boy turned around and glanced at the corpse of the monster behind him, noting that Mion had been rather lucky, staying alive by meeting a gifted person while not being one himself. Then the dark-haired young man asked him if he knew anything about the gifted. Raku confirmed. To put it simply, a gifted person is a person who uses spiritual power. Is he referring to that blue light they absorb when someone dies? That's right. That blue light is spiritual power, and the gifted can control their spiritual power. It can be used to improve one's physical abilities, or to awaken new special abilities. When Mion thanked him for the information, the green-haired guy explained that it wasn't worth it. It was just something he'd heard here and there. Afterward, the dark-haired youth asked his savior how he had become so strong. That's the end of it. Once you know the answer, you're dead, the angry Raku suddenly said, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder. A startled Mion immediately apologized for questioning unnecessarily. In the same second, Raku's mood changed again, and he grinned in a friendly manner, saying that he was just kidding again. Well, Mion, I'll see you later. Do your best. You need to get stronger if you want to live to see the day we meet again. Turning around, the green-haired boy said goodbye to him. Mion stood there for a long time. He looked at his savior as he walked away. Was what he said a joke? Was it really a joke? Mion realized from their first meeting that Raku was unusual, but now he has no idea what's going on. Since this guy defeated such a monster so easily, what secret is he hiding? After a while, the drooping dark-haired young man walks the labyrinth alone again. If there are gifted ones, then once Mion encountered such a person, he would die on the spot. The difference in strength is so obvious. The boy was stunned by that woman's speed and strength, and she didn't even use any special powers. Next time, he would definitely need to get a companion before facing the gifted one again. When the young man confronts him, he'll need a scapegoat to buy him some time. But now it must not be so easy to find a teammate. Even if they do, there's still less food to eat, and in such a situation, the others won't want to add to the number of people on the team under any circumstances. And when you do manage to find a partner, there is always the possibility of betrayal. In the end, finding a group of people you can trust and feel safe with will not be easy, because there are none left. Perhaps killing Carl was a mistake, and Mion should have let him live a little longer. Suddenly, two men emerge from around the corner in front of the pensive guy. Holy shit, he didn't see the turn at all. They're too close. The enemy is here. The two men immediately shouted. At the same moment, 4 more armed men ran out from around the corner. There are 6 opponents. That's a lot for Mion to handle. We have to find an opportunity to escape. However, there is something wrong with these people. They just tensely stand there and stare at the guy without attacking him. The blonde-haired kid tells his companions fearfully that he doesn't think it's worth going this way, and so it's better to go back. Keeping their eyes on Mion, they just slowly back away from him. What happened? Why did they retreat without doing anything? There's only one guy and 6 of them. Why did they try to kill him? They were so close. There is no reason for this behavior at all. And no, there is. They must have mistaken the guy for gifted, because he wouldn't have approached them if he wasn't so confident, except on a special occasion like this. Either way, it plays into Mion's hands. If a guy uses a move like that correctly, he'll get stronger. They're not the only ones who can make that mistake. A group of 7 after a long time finally finds the trap. The man with the huge sword turns to the boys behind him and orders them to go find someone nearby to throw in there. Otherwise, he would throw them out. The two didn't mind the head and decided to run off and look. "Get out of here," came a creepy voice from behind. Dumbfounded by such audacity, the head turned around, asking who it was. Mion walked confidently towards them, holding his sword in his right hand. Tensing up, the man can't understand why he's so nonchalant about approaching them alone. "You didn't hear me. I said this is my trap. What are you waiting for?" Mion said eagerly, looking at them with disdain. "How can you be so incredibly sure? Did he really?" The dumbfounded head was interrupted by a boy standing nearby. He shouted at the dark-haired stranger how dare he challenge them alone. He is alone, and there are 7 of them. Are you going to die? But when he started to say that they just needed someone to disarm the trap, a man standing nearby slammed his fist into his face with all his might. Holding his cheek in tears, the dazed boy asks the head what happened. "Shut up, you idiot," shouted the shivering man, looking at the kid with irritation. Looking at Mion, he reassured him, explaining that they were not going to fight him. His men would be out of here now. "That's a shame. I didn't realize someone could assess a situation so quickly," the dark-haired boy said, smiling arrogantly. After his words, the frightened leader realized that he really wasn't wrong. This monster is definitely a gifted monster. There's no doubt about it. "Well, then we're off," the man muttered, carefully stepping around the dark-haired boy, leaving the young man alone with the trap. The group of men leisurely walk off in the opposite direction. "Freeze!" Mion suddenly shouted loudly, standing with his back to them. "You can't just walk away. Aren't you forgetting something?" With a fearful glance at him, the leader can't understand what he's talking about. "Leave a man to disarm the trap," Mion muttered eerily, casting an imperious glance at the squad. An angry man can't believe that a guy is asking to sacrifice one of them after they gave him a trap. "Isn't that a little cruel?" "Am I cruel?" Mion inquired upon hearing those words. "Well, you can be forgiven for feeling that way. Then I give you the opportunity to choose between 2 options. Either you leave one person behind and quietly walk away. Either everyone stays." The frightened squad members began to look amongst each other, wondering what they should do. Turning around on his comrades, the leader realizes that he unfortunately has no other choice. Suddenly, one of them shouted out to his allies, asking why they were so scared. Were they sure this guy was gifted? After all, he hasn't even shown his abilities. He must be lying. The kid suggests that they should all just attack him together. "And you're the kind of guy who dies first." Mion grinned as he looked at the boy. After calming down, the leader realizes that the kid is right about something. It's quite possible that the man jumped to conclusions and misjudged his opponent as gifted. He didn't show his abilities, so it could very well be that this guy really isn't gifted. But, at the same instant, there was the ringing sound of a sword slashing flesh, followed by a piteous scream. Sitting on his knees with a deep wound on his back, the kid who opposed Mion frightenedly asks the leader why he attacked him. Looking at him with disgust, the man explains that there is no need to take any risks if there is a safer way. Unable to hold back his tears, the boy asks him doomedly how he can do this. With a concerned look at Mion, the leader inquired if they could go. The dark-haired guy replied succinctly. The rest of the people in the group exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After that, they simply turned around and walked away, leaving their comrade to bleed helplessly. Soon the squad had turned the corner, and the corridor was empty. "Well, let's finish what we started." Walking up to the frightened kid, Mion said indifferently. Crying and shaking with fear, the boy asks to be released, recognizing that he was wrong. However, standing in front of him with a sword in his hand, the dark-haired guy objected, saying that the kid wasn't wrong about anything. "You were the one who was right amongst all those assholes. I'm not really gifted." After saying that, he grabbed the screaming kid by the scruff of his neck in anger, lifting him off the ground. The next moment the guy threw him into the trap, followed by a deafening death scream. The trap was defused and the barrier dissipated. Just like last time, part of an unknown symbol appeared again on the wall in front of the trap. All that remains is to absorb the spiritual power. Raku had said that the gifted knew how to control this power, so it was worth trying to absorb it properly. Mion must become a gifted at all costs, because only a gifted person can fight gifted people. In the process of absorbing spiritual power, the guy looked at the wall nearby in surprise. Has that stain always been there? It doesn't look like it's been here before. Running up to the intersection, a man wrapped in chains looks from side to side, as if trying to find something. Suddenly, he snaps out of his seat and proceeds to leap quickly through the maze. Noticing 3 people ahead, the creature begins to chase them, while the 2 terrified guys look on, yelling that they need to get the hell out of here. The girl next to him continues to run away with them without looking back. At that moment, the man chasing them grabbed the girl's arm, wrapping it around his chain. As he flew up to her, he squeezed her hand with all his might. With a horrified look at the creature, the girl called out for help in a trembling voice. However, neither she nor her friends were of any interest to this man. He was only using the girl to speed things up. As he continues to fly forward, he tries to figure out where he is now. The guys are looking at him, trying to figure out what it was. He's got chains all over his body. The green-haired dude yells that he doesn't know what it is, but any way you look at it, it's not human, it's a monster. He suggests that his comrade run away as fast as possible or it might come back. Suddenly, the man in chains abruptly stopped on the spot. "Huh, a monster," he uttered, glancing irritatedly at the 2 of them. At the same instant, he raged in their direction, flying toward the fleeing boy. The creature chain grabbed him by the neck. "Now, say that again," the man said, tying the green-haired young man up completely. The terrified guy looks at him and hysterically apologizes. "Too late. I'll make a monster out of you 2, said the creature, forming a huge mace from its chains in its hand and bringing it above its head. When he lowered his hand, the blood of the crushed guy splattered on the walls nearby. Meanwhile, 2 squads of people met at the fork near the spiritual power trap. The leader of that squad, who was tricked by Mion, yells that they were the first to find the trap and therefore it belongs to them. However, the head of the enemy group, holding a spear, remarks that just because the enemies found the trap first doesn't mean it's theirs. Why don't they just take it away? The man with the 2-handed sword clarified to him if he was going to fight. In turn, the cop Jack explained that he had no other choice. "Alright, boys, we're going to fight. Let's get ready. Let's kill them," shouted the leader, raising his 2-handed sword. He'd had enough of the one time he'd failed to fight back, and his chance had been stolen. Now, if someone tries to steal something from him again, no matter who it is, the man won't give up, and he won't give it back for anything. "Are you fighting over a trap? If so, it's no longer necessary," suddenly said a familiar voice from nearby, interrupting the man's musings. Dazedly turning around, everyone once again saw a dark-haired guy in front of them, coldly holding a sword in his hand. "You won't have to fight because this trap is mine now," Mion bloodily muttered, grinning eerily. The angry man from the 2nd squad can't figure out who this is. He's only one man and he already thinks this trap belongs to him. "Don't make me say it twice. That trap is mine now," uttered the dark-haired boy, glaring at him. The boy with bangs from the first group asked his opponent to stop pissing off this Mion. "He's gifted." Hearing those words, Mion smiled contentedly as he continued to stand still. The men of the 2nd squad immediately looked at him in horror, realizing who they were dealing with. The leader can't believe they've stumbled upon him again. But at that moment, suspecting something wrong, the 2nd group's spearman spoke up. "Isn't that strange? If he was gifted, he would have no problem killing them and taking the trap, right? And besides, why would he let them live if he had to kill them to absorb the power? Looking at him puzzled, the leader suggests that this may be too tedious. Laughing, the head of the second squad asks the man not to be an idiot. There's just another reason for everything. Like the fact that this guy's not gifted. But the leader can't believe it. It just can't be. If he wasn't gifted, he wouldn't be able to roam so confidently alone. Looking at him, the spearman wondered if the man had seen the dude use his powers. The tense leader hesitantly replies that he didn't see it. Laughing, the head of the second squad asks why he believes this guy is gifted, even though he hasn't even seen his abilities. This young man is probably just fooling him. The spearman offers to make sure of it. The frightened leader cries out that this is unnecessary. If this person is wrong, it is not only him who will suffer, but everyone else as well. How pathetic you are. Watch closely. The spearman muttered with a smirk. Turning to the dark-haired boy, the head of the second squad said that he had been told that the young man was gifted and then asked if it was true. In response, Mion confirmed, wondering why they were still here. He's giving them one last chance to drop the trap and leave, then he'll let them escape. Standing up in a fighting stance, the spearman explained that they would only leave if the guy was truly gifted. He doesn't believe a word he says. If he is gifted, you have to show them what he can do. You seem to want to die. Well, if you're looking for death so much, I'll give it to you, Mion said, looking arrogantly at everyone here. Looking at him, the squad leaders realize that confronting him was a mistake. They're dead men now. They can't stand up to the gifted one. However, in the next second, Mion snapped out of his seat, turned around and ran in the opposite direction. They were so stupid. He thought he could fool them. But they were together with another group. Therefore, there was no choice but to run. Of course, he can't give up the chance to acquire spiritual power. It's too risky for Mion to kill them all and absorb their spiritual power. The guy will just try to attack them when they are busy fighting. Damn it. So he really wasn't gifted and just fooled them. Turning around, the boy with the bangs informed the leader that the enemy was fleeing. What should they do? Shouldn't they chase after him? However, the man with the two-handed sword yelled angrily at the boy with bangs, saying that it wasn't important right now. First and foremost, they needed to reclaim the trap right now. Damn, I'll really have to let him go for now, but when I meet him again, I'll be sure to kill him with my own hands, the leader said, looking back at the already fleeing Mion with annoyance. Suddenly there was hysterical laughter. The spearman picked up on the fact that the man had been deceived by such an obvious lie and was now taking his anger out on others. He seems to be at rock bottom. When the swordsman asked what he had just said, the second squad leader repeated with a smirk that it was hard to be dumb. Asshole. I'll kill you. The man with the two-handed weapon shouted in rage. Oh, how scary. Now that annoying creep is gone, let's decide whose trap this will be, the purple-haired guy said sarcastically, pointing his spear at his opponents. At the same moment, the two squads pounced on each other, preparing to clash in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a new person appeared on the battlefield again. The stranger, all wrapped up in chains, landed not far from the squads, wondering where the men he was looking for were. But looking ahead, the man in chains finally found what he was chasing. In front of him, he saw two squads of armed men in a trap with spiritual power energy behind it. Meanwhile, the tense boy with bangs, pointing his blade at his enemies, heard a strange sound behind him. In addition to the terrifying aura looming in the air, everyone heard a strange clanking sound. Tensely glancing at the copjack, the man with the two-handed sword can't comprehend what could even sound like that. Turning around, he saw standing behind him an unknown creature that was completely wrapped in chains. Who's that? He has chains all over his body. That's really weird. The stranger, in turn, looked around and asked around to see if anyone else was here. Realizing that he was mistaken and the people he came for were not here, the strange man immediately turned around and decided to leave. Hey, are you pretending to be gifted too? You can't fool me anymore, the boy with bangs shrieked, preparing to slash his opponent with his sword. Running up to the enemy, he stabbed at his back, trying to break through the sturdy chains. But his efforts were in vain. The blade was simply stopped by the metal that enveloped the stranger. The creature in chains turned to the boy who had attacked him and said that if the boy wanted to die, it would have no problem granting his wish. The only thing the boy with bangs managed to let out before he died was a scream of fear. The next second he found himself crushed to death by a huge mace of metal chains. He killed him in a flash. "Monster!" shrieked with fear from the green-cloaked boy and the short haircut man from the first squad, to which the man wrapped in chains interjected irritably, "Monster." It was their fatal mistake. In one sharp movement, the creature, screaming that it was human, pierced the head of the green-cloaked guy through and through. Tensely glancing at the enemy, the squad leaders noticed that this dude was incredibly fast. Is he really gifted? Don't think you can get back from here alive, assholes. The enraged man in chains said eerily as he approached his insulted opponents. For the next few minutes, many death screams and pleas for mercy were heard in the nearby neighborhood. The creature in chains had already managed to smash 4 people on the ground. In the meantime, the rest of the squads were running away from the monster in terror. Standing behind their leader, a guy with a black patch on his forehead said that if they stayed here, it would kill them. "We have to run. Run from me," the man in chains spoke ruthlessly, turning around at the victims trying to escape. Do these fools really hope to escape? Without a second's hesitation, the gifted man took off in the direction of the people running away from him. Cutting the distance between them, he lunged at the 2 men with one lunge and pierced them with a long metal chain. Shuddering as he watches this horrifying sight, the man with the 2-handed sword still stands still, unable to move. He realizes that in order to survive, he needs to run away from this place. But this monster has just killed those who tried to get away, so trying to hide is like signing your own death warrant. At this moment, a still-alive wounded subordinate walked up to the leader of the first squad and leaned against the man with a bloody face. "How disgusting. Why are you picking on me?" the swordsman yelled in rage, elbowing the dying boy with his elbow. Not paying attention to the leader's words, the dumbfounded caped boy holding onto his chest pierced through by a chain continued walking. He ended up dropping the dagger from his hand and fell down intentionally. Seeing this, the leader of the first squad had a brilliant idea in his head on how to stay alive. Covering himself in blood until the enemy sees it, the man placed his sword beside him and lay down on the floor. After pretending to be dead, he realized that his only goal now was to survive at all costs. "Okay, it's been a while, and now they're probably fighting each other," Mion said contentedly, running away so that no one would definitely chase after him. Abruptly turning around, the dark-haired guy holding the sword in his hand realized that it was time to go back and check the battlefield. The bloody chain hangs low to the ground. Looking at the corpses on the battlefield, the man in chains noticed that there weren't enough of them. "Maybe they ran away." "Well, it can't be helped," uttered the creature standing next to the man, pleading with the Almighty not to be seen. Looking around the area again, the man in chains noticed that there didn't seem to be anyone left alive. In that case, he had to go. Saying this aloud, the creature immediately leapt further down the corridor. "Blew it," thought the swordsman lying on the floor, smiling contentedly. On the way to the trap where the 2 squads had clashed a few minutes ago, Mion spotted a 3rd corpse. All 3 have similar wounds on their backs. Maybe they were hit while running away. It must be the work of a gifted man, but even so, Mion won't stop traveling until he sees him in person and is convinced. Traps are the only way to gain more spiritual power with the least risk. And in this case, the dark-haired boy should hurry. We need to get back while they're still fighting. There's no way he can get there if it's over before he gets there. Once at the trap, Mion noticed that it still wasn't open. And yet not one survived, all dead, and these wounds were similar to those of the corpses the boy had seen before. Just as he'd thought, it was definitely a trick of the gifted one. But something's not right. If the enemy wanted to defuse the trap, he would have thrown one of these men in there. But he didn't, which means he wasn't interested in the trap at all. And if that's true, it's a trap for Mion. No one else is here, so it belongs to him. Turning around, the guy started looking for someone to throw in there to disarm the force field. And at that moment, the boy heard a strange sound. "What? Is someone alive?" Turning around, Mion spotted a familiar blood-smeared man. It's perfect. That's what he needs. The guy was just about to find one to throw out there. A few seconds earlier, the man lying on the ground had opened his eyes and looked around, trying to see if the strange dude in chains had escaped. He'd been waiting for that monster for a long time, but it had never come, which meant it wasn't coming back. Should he start moving slowly? Deciding to rise to his feet, the leader realized that all his men had died, but he had somehow miraculously survived. Therefore, he should start recruiting a group of subordinates again. The most important thing is that he is the only one who survived this trap. Anyway, if the man gets the reward for this trap, he will fulfill his original goal, so there is no problem. Laughing evilly, the swordsman decided to find someone to throw into this trap. You don't need to purposely look for people everywhere to throw into a trap. A voice suddenly came from behind. When the dumbfounded man turned around and asked who was here, Mion estimated that the man would be fairly easy to throw into a trap. Upon seeing the dark-haired boy, the enraged swordsman yelled that this was the boy who had tricked him into running away. That's how you memorized it. Thanks to how easy it was to trick you, I absorbed the spiritual power without difficulty. Thank you. The only thing that amazes me is your survival skills. Just like back then, you sacrificed your comrades to survive, right? Mion spoke, glaring arrogantly at his opponent. Then the angry leader shouted that he had nothing to do with it. It was all the fault of the dark-haired guy across the street. I'll kill you, roared an exasperated man, bringing his two-handed sword behind his back. Mion, who was not left out, also grabbed his blade and rushed into the fight, reminding the enemy that he didn't even have any partners. If they were to fight one-on-one, the guy would have no reason to escape. The next moment, the blades of their swords made contact with each other with a loud clang. The leader's two-handed weapon broke through Mion's block with ease, but fortunately, the guy's body position was slightly offset from the direction of the enemy's strike, causing the enemy's sword to hit the ground nearby. With trembling hands holding the blade in his hands, the dark-haired boy felt that the momentum from this man's attack was quite large. It was probably because of the size of his sword. The best option now would be to just dodge and wait for the right moment. But it seems that Mion has underestimated his opponent. While the boy was thinking, the enemy had already managed to strike again. The boy only managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. As Mion jumped back to a safe distance, the man laughed mockingly, remembering his recent words about his lack of partners. Not realizing what he was carrying, the dark-haired boy braced himself with his back against the wall and realized there was too little room to dodge. Meanwhile, a man with a two-handed sword standing across the room remarked that the boy was mistaken about two things. First of all, I don't have and never had any partners. They were all just subordinates, yelled the leader, making a lightning lunge toward the enemy. This blow was even stronger than the last one. When Mion tried to block this incredibly powerful attack, his own sword almost cut the guy's face. Second, the man added, raising his two-handed weapon above his head, with subordinates or not, killing you is no problem. He finally explained, striking the side of his sword with great force. This attack was like hitting a tennis ball with a bat. Only in this case, Mion was the tennis ball. The dark-haired boy tried to deflect this lightning-fast lunge, but every part of his body felt its power, and then he flew into the opposite wall with great speed. Tensely looking at the enemy, the boy realized that he was more powerful than the boy had assumed. That's not good, and the terrain isn't suitable. In such an environment, it's incredibly difficult to dodge such a large sword when it's swinging at you. But Mion isn't going to run away and avoid this fight. Looking at the boy haughtily, the leader noticed that his eyes had changed color. What, more motivation? Yep, let's fight each other fair and square, putting everything on the line, Mion said confidently, giving his enemy a creepy look. He simply has no other choice. This guy won't get stronger by constantly running away. Putting his sword out in front of him as well, the man agreed, rather remarking that this was what he wanted. Even if that person is stronger than Mion, he is definitely not gifted. Therefore, the difference in their strength shouldn't be much. The guy just needs to find his weak point. Meanwhile, as the two men pointed their blades at each other, a tense silence hung in the air, heralding the beginning of a life and death battle. All those who have lived to this point, listen up, Bucky's voice suddenly rang out, then continued broadcasting. There are no more weak scum among the survivors. This is proof that you are all strong enough to survive. Of course, if you're happy with everything, you can just keep screening each other. So let me set a new goal for you. From this point on, your initial task is to get to the save point. There's only one rule, get there first. What happens to those who don't make it to the save point or arrive late is left for each of you to ponder. Meanwhile, when Bucky stopped broadcasting, the group of 9 went into a stupor. The blue-haired boy asked his companion what this other save point was and where it might be. Moreover, how would they get there if he didn't even know where it was? Do you want to know the path to the save point? Came the voice of a red-haired man with a cute yellow bow, standing against the wall nearby. Turning on him, the squad of armed men asked if this dude really knew how to get there. If you want to know where it is, follow me. The stranger with the bow on his head spoke confidently, pointing with his finger to the turn behind him. After hearing him out, the blue-haired boy looked uncertainly over to his partner. In turn, the red-haired man had already walked towards the save point. The squad, however, has no choice but to follow him. This dude looks so confident, so he must know something. Tensely looking at each other, Mion and his opponent realize that according to Bucky, they shouldn't be late for the save point. They need to get to it as soon as possible. In that case, they need to settle things with a quick battle. I don't have time to babysit you here. I need to kill you quickly and get to the save point, shouted the swordsman irritably. Mion, on the other hand, is in the same situation. He needs to defeat this man here and now. Then he can take the reward from the trap and go looking for the point. Suddenly the dark-haired boy realized something. Does he really need to fight face to face with a guy who is much stronger than him? Mion's goal right now is the spiritual power behind the trap, and so his task is much simpler. The boy has to somehow get the enemy around his finger and away from the trap. As soon as the man tried to strike, the dark-haired guy, dodging the attack, immediately recoiled. He repeated such actions time after time without attempting a counterattack. Not realizing what the bastard was doing, the angry leader reminded the boy that he had just said he would fight him, and now he was just dodging. Mion, on the other hand, put his hand on his head and explained in a panic that the situation had changed. If he fought him, he'd just be wasting time. Then the puzzled man asked if the enemy was going to escape. In turn, the dark-haired guy explained that if they missed the save points, they would both die, regardless of the outcome of the battle. Damn it, I'm already running out of time. I gotta hurry. The boy turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Still unaware of what was happening, the leader asked him to wait, wondering if he knew anything about this preservation point. As the oblivious Mion turned the corner, the man wondered if it was true that they would die together if they didn't reach their destination in time. Could this guy be trying to trick him again? However, the swordsman realized that from the look on this boy's face, it didn't look like he was lying. He was right. If they went now, they might be able to make it in time. If so, the leader should also hurry up. After thinking it over, the man with the two-handed sword immediately rushed after the guy. Meanwhile, Mion was already standing around another corner of the maze, watching his opponent's back. Looking at him, the kid can't believe that this dude is really that easy to fool. Anyway, now that he's gone, Mion needs to find someone to disarm the trap. Suddenly, the guy heard someone moaning not far away from him. A wounded man in a hat lay bleeding in the hallway. But though on his last breath, this man is still alive. Smiling grimly, Mion remarked that he didn't have to wait long either. The wounded man lies on the ground, trying to conserve his strength and hoping that one of his surviving comrades will come to his aid. At that moment, Mion approached him, lifting his foot over his arm. The guy then pressed the palm of the dying man's hand to the ground with tremendous force, breaking several bones. Taking off his victim's hat, the boy grabbed him by the hair and lifted him off the ground. After that, Mion threw the man into the trap in one sharp motion. When the victim died, the guy's mind flashed back to the memories of the man he killed. The lad finally learned the true reason why both squads had died, and why the corpses had such strange wounds on them. The unknown creature, wrapped in chains, destroyed two groups of armed men in a matter of seconds. So it really was the gifted one who killed everyone here. If Mion hadn't escaped then, he would have gotten hurt too. Come to think of it, he's been very lucky since he got here. Awkwardly looking at the trap that had just disappeared, the boy hopes that it would continue like this. However, at this point, the guy should go out and absorb spiritual power. Approaching the blue blob of energy, Mion extended his hand and touched it with his finger. But after absorbing all the spiritual power, the young man looked at the wall next to him and noticed something strange. The symbol on the wall began to loom again. Only this time it wasn't just something inexplicable. On the contrary, what frightened Mion more was that he had managed to figure out what the sign was. It's the very symbol of the demon. Why is the same pattern on the stone wall as on the back of his palm? The guy is sure that before he disarmed the trap, there was nothing here, and now this pattern has suddenly appeared. That means there must be a connection between this pattern and the maze. In other words, if Mion could get to the bottom of this drawing, he could get one step closer to the truth of this battlefield. In that case, he is obligated to uncover the secret of the pattern and learn the truth about what is going on here. In the long passage of the labyrinth lie dozens of tortured corpses of people who were alive recently. "You're a witch," the boy said in tears before he breathed his last breath. "Please save me," the young man lying nearby whispered, staring blankly at the ceiling. Everything below the waist was torn off, including his arms. In the same second, all those who had remained alive up to that time were killed by several lightning-fast blasts of dark matter. On the bloodstained floor next to the dead green-haired man lies a photograph of the king killed by death on a white horse. A gray-haired girl in a cloak stares blankly at this sad spectacle. This cold-blooded woman is the very person who set up this horrible meat grinder. Meanwhile, Mion walks leisurely through the labyrinth, sword in hand. Suddenly he notices something ahead down the hallway that is not typical of this place. There is a huge crowd of people standing in front of him. Why are they all gathered in such a place? Could there be some reason for it? Judging by the atmosphere in the air, it doesn't look like they're all the same team. In that case, Mion decides to just try to get closer for now. A stout, red-haired man stands at the vanguard of the huge troop and just stares ahead. The blue-haired boy and his partner behind him look tensely at each other. Then one of them, the one in the orange robe, indignantly asked the man in front how long they were going to stand there doing nothing. "Standing around doing nothing, you say?" the red-haired leader said, glancing at the boy with a smirk. Turning to him, a man with a cute yellow bow on his head explained that this was the road to the save point. Hearing this, Mion looked at him in surprise. Does this man really know where the destination is? That's when the angry guy in the orange robe shouted for the ambo to stop messing with them. "It's not a road, it's a trap." In the next instant, that boy was already in the air flying into the trap. As he flew through the force field, his shattered remains immediately fell to the floor. "Now the road," a red-haired man with a bow on his head objected to the dead man, glancing at the other members of the squad. Seeing the way he had treated this poor man, the rest of the men in the group looked at their leader in horror. He just took a living person and threw him away. How cruel! While the dazed sub-children screamed in fear, the unperturbed man carefully adjusted the yellow bow on his head. Afterward, he asked not to make only him look bad. Everyone else is in on it too. Everyone knows that someone has to die to get through the trap. Meanwhile, standing behind everyone, Mion ponders the situation. It's certainly reasonable, but to do so in front of everyone is to tarnish one's self-image. The fact that he doesn't care about his reputation shows that he doesn't care. Whether it's because of confidence or arrogance remains to be seen. At this point, the red-haired man added that he had done what he had to do, and if anyone didn't like it, let them go on their way. Most of the team members looked at the leader in horror, realizing that they had no choice but to follow him. But suddenly a guy with a turtle shell on his back standing in the crowd said he was leaving. "What if they throw me out next time? I don't want to die," he said in tears, trembling with fear. Then one of the men, calling him a fool, asked him what he was going to do if he wasn't willing to take the risk. "The main goal now is not just to get to the save point. You have to get there as early as possible. If a guy keeps running away from risk, he'll be too late and never make it to the top of the list." Without stopping his roaring, Mr. Michelin disagrees with him. "Still, it's better than dying now. He'll go another way." After that, the guy with the shell on his back turned around and ran away. After pondering their current situation, some of the group members glanced amongst themselves. Then some more people decided to run after that kid. Looking at their backs, Mion took stock of how pathetic they were. Don't these fools realize that running away won't change anything? There's no safe place in this maze anyway. At this time, the red-haired man with a bow had already managed to gather spiritual power. Immediately afterward, he turned around on the people left with him. "If no one else is going to leave, we'll continue on our way. So follow me," the leader said with a confident look. The rest of the squad did not object and meekly followed this strange man. Mion, on the other hand, also made the decision to follow him for now. It's unlikely this man would lie in front of the entire crowd. Of course, a guy doesn't have to join the crowd if he wants to follow them. Because if they find the trap, one of the group will die. About an hour later, the separated group, led by Turtle Man, wandered off in an unknown direction. Walking behind the guy with the shell on his back, the three men ask him how much longer he's going to walk like that. Where is he even going? "Hey, are you listening?" one of them asked indignantly, grabbing the kid by the shell. Turning toward them, the Turtle Man sobbed again, explaining that he didn't know where he was going. He was just afraid of dying, so he was walking down this road. "Idiot," yelled the emerald-haired man, grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck. "If you don't know where to go, why did you leave the crowd? Because of you, we are separated from the group and in more danger than ever. Do you realize your responsibility?" After saying those words, the angry man slapped the shell guy hard. Falling to his knees, the Turtle Man continued to cry in hopelessness. Then the guy with the short mohawk suggested that his partners hurry up and run back to try and catch up. But the boy in the blue shirt realized it was too late. That party had already passed through the trap and gone somewhere else. If they go back, they'll just get lost. The boy thinks that the four of them should stay on this road and look for a save point on their own. "Shit, it's all your fault," the emerald-haired man said angrily, looking at the turtle. "Comrades, don't quarrel," suddenly came a voice from behind. Dazedly looking at the ambo behind him, the guy in the blue shirt tries to figure out how long he's been watching them. Just now there was no one here. "You're on your way to the afterlife, so you should get along," the stranger added, giving the two boys standing next to him a friendly hug. At that moment, the emerald-haired man jumped up and attacked the strange dude, shouting at him to shut up. "You're going to hell for sure." But when the team members saw what happened next, horror appeared on their faces. The stranger stopped the sword blade of the man attacking him with 2 fingers. Moreover, he did so with an incredibly nonchalant look, stopping the blade with one hand and holding the other behind his back. Staring fearfully at his opponent, the emerald-haired man can't understand how this dude managed to stop his best punch with such ease. With a smirk at his foe's sword, the bulky man remarked that he was too weak to let it go down to hell. Starting to convulse, the man who attacked him can't even move. What kind of stupid power is that? But at that second, the stranger let go of the blade of his sword and nudged him a little. The emerald-haired man immediately flew several meters away, somersaulting over his head a couple of times. Unwilling to wait to be finished off, the 2 remaining guys pounced on the enemy without use. However, when their weapons touched their opponent's body, they couldn't even pierce his skin. That's when the guys realized who this man was. Meanwhile, from the contact of the blades with the animal's body, the 2 also began to convulse. "So that's how it is. Kind of weak for your last attempt," the stranger remarked, smiling grimly. "He's too strong. It's a monster." When the guys realized that they were no match for him, they immediately jumped back to a safe distance, trying to hide from the terrifying aura of the enemy. "What do we do? Who is this man? Is he gifted?" Turning to his shell-clad comrade standing behind him, the man with the mohawk asked him not to stand aside and help them in the battle. With a dumbfounded look at him, the frightened boy simply remained silent. Suddenly, everyone present there at that time saw something strange. With one deft leap, this guy jumped away from his allies. "Turtle, strengthening," he uttered, taking on the form of a turtle. It didn't take a second for him to get under his shell and hide from all the pressing problems. "Shit, you're only going to defend yourself," the boy in the blue robe shouted angrily when he saw what the underdog had just done. "Aren't you a little too calm for someone who has encountered a gifted one?" An eerie voice behind him inquired. Turning back to the monster behind them, the 3 partners couldn't realize when the creature had time to approach them again. It was too fast. And is he really gifted? At the same instant, the sound of a huge sledgehammer cutting through the air was heard. After that, several loud blows of heavy weapons on human flesh were heard. "I don't want to die," thought the guy sitting in the shell, trembling with fear. "I want to live." Suddenly, there was a heavy thump on the shell. "Hey coward, stop hiding and come out," the gifted one said, bringing the sledgehammer over his head to try to crack the shell. Over the next few minutes, the man fired a couple dozen more blows with his weapon in an attempt to pierce the armor of the remaining victim. But it was all in vain. Soon the big man was exhausted, without even a crack in his shell. Where did such strength come from? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the man realized that he was unlikely to be able to handle this boy, and so he would have to look for someone else. And just at that moment, he noticed a rather interesting individual nearby. In the same corridor, a strange man in a purple cloak was walking in front of him. Upon seeing him, the man with the sledgehammer immediately kicked the turtle lying on the ground at the approaching stranger. "You're the one I'm gonna have fun with," the big man said, stretching his neck. This stranger turned out to be the guy with the dice earrings. Meanwhile, the troop with the red-haired man at its head came to an abrupt halt. They had stumbled into the trap again. The blonde man in front of them wondered if someone was going to die this time. That's right, someone has to die to pass the trap. The man suddenly appeared behind him and praised the boy's cleverness. The leader immediately grabbed the dazed boy tightly by the sweater. "Unfortunately, today that someone is going to be you," the man with the bow on his head added finally, lifting the victim off the ground. Just like last time, without hesitation, he ruthlessly threw the guy into the trap. As the boy's body was torn apart, the leader slowly made his way towards the reward. As he approached the blue blob of energy, he once again absorbed the spiritual power. The red-haired man then turned around to the sub-Chinen and remarked that this trap had been successfully defused, and so they could go on their way. After his words, worried thoughts crept back into the squad. Even if they had survived this time, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't have to die next time. And anyway, would they be able to reach the save point? Unable to control his nerves, the guy in the purple hat turned around abruptly. As he rushed back down the corridor, all the squad members had already noticed that another traitor had appeared in their ranks. In turn, in tears, the fleeing young man shouted that he didn't care what others thought. He was fed up with the constant fear of death, so he was going back. If things continue like this, no one will get to the save point alive. Eventually no one would stop him, and the boy in the hat just ran away. Looking after him, a shivering man in the crowd remarked that if this scumbag ran away, their chances of dying would become even higher. The members of the group, who realized the direness of their situation, also began to have thoughts of escape. Maybe that dude was right. There's no telling when they'll be able to get to the save point, but every time they have to go through the trap, one by one they'll die. They're miserable bastards and you take their word for it. Are you going back now? When the save point is right in front of you, if some idiot wants to leave, let him get the hell out of here. I'll get to my destination first and eat as much food as I want. Hearing the words about food from the leader, the other people cheered up. Would they really be able to eat when they reached the save point? They couldn't even remember the last time they had eaten any food. Then the red-haired man confirmed it, explaining that there was more than just food there too. They wouldn't need to fight anymore. Everyone would be able to relax and rest. That meant they would be able to get away from this annoying battlefield. When people look at him, they can't believe their ears. They're leaving here. Is it true? Of course, and all of this can only be enjoyed by those who have believed me and followed me to the point of preservation. If you don't believe me, you don't need to follow me. Just walk away. I'm not going to show mercy to such and drag them away by force. The red-haired man finished, waving his hand away. After listening to his long speech, the members of the group snickered, pondering the words he had just said. Meanwhile, looking around a bit, the leader noticed someone conspicuous. "Hey, you!" shouted a man with a bow on his head, turning to a man standing in the crowd. Robin Hood wondered if the leader was talking about him, pointing a finger at himself in bewilderment. "Yes, you. I see you've been suspicious of me all the time, but it's not too late. And if you don't believe me, go away." After these words, realizing how stupid he was, the frightened archer in a trembling voice asked for forgiveness from the leader and promised that he would no longer doubt him. And so the guy tearfully asked to be taken to the save point. In turn, the gracious red-haired man replied that he had forgiven him, but just this once. Glancing at the other members of the squad, he once again asked if anyone wanted to leave, and at that moment, the leader noticed a strange man standing apart from the rest of the team. A strange dark-haired boy with a sword in his hand a little further down the hall. Moving closer to the group, Mion noticed that the trap had finally been disarmed, and so he should just follow them when they go again. At the same time, a creature wrapped in chains flies through the maze at breakneck speed. He swore to himself that he would be sure to find her, no matter what it took. And while this strange man was looking around to try and figure out where his target had run off to, he noticed something interesting nearby. The entire next intersection was smeared with blood, and there were fresh corpses lying there. Realizing what that could mean, the creature immediately changed direction and rushed towards that intersection. A woman in an expensive dress stands next to the tortured body of a green-haired man lying in blood. "Found it at last," said the man wrapped in chains when he saw this girl. In this position, the two stood for a while longer, looking at each other, taking her eyes away. The gray-haired girl with the map in her hand asked the mysterious man if it was her he was looking for. Then the creature in chains looked at the woman with hatred and muttered that she knew exactly why he had become like this. "So," the girl said indifferently, continuing to stare lifelessly at the card in her hand. That's when the enraged creature in chains demanded to know how he could turn back into a human. "You want to know a way to return to human form," the woman whispered emotionlessly, covering her face with the map. Afterwards, throwing the card at the back of the head of the dead man lying beneath her feet. The girl explained that there was no such method. "It's just not possible." With a disdainful glance at the creature standing nearby, she asked how he thought a monster could become human. "I will kill you," the creature in chains yelled angrily, glaring hatefully at the girl. Immediately afterward, it pounced on the indifferent opponent, swinging its chain around. Meanwhile, the squad with the red-haired man ran into the trap again. "Shit, why is there so much of this? Why is there a trap here again?" Realizing that one of them was about to die, the dumbfounded members of the group looked among themselves, hoping that the choice would not fall on them. Turning menacingly on his underlings, the leader began to select the man who would make the sacrifice. But upon spotting some guy, a man with a yellow bow on his head smiled creepily. His gaze was drawn apart from the squad by a dark-haired boy standing behind him with a sword in his hand. Mion, on the other hand, looking at the abruptly stopped group of people, also noticed a trap ahead. He realized that, as usual, he should wait for someone to die. The whole group is scared because they could be the next victim. As for the guy himself, he had nothing to do with them. However, Mion noticed that it had gotten a little too quiet. And speaking of which, where did the red-haired man go? As the boy stared thoughtfully ahead, the terrifying dark silhouette of a stout man was already behind him. "Hey, listen up," came an irritated voice from behind, startling the dark-haired boy greatly. Looking angrily at Mion, the leader shouted to the scoundrel that it was very brazen to just follow them while hiding behind them. "You know who I hate the most, smug bastards like you," the red-haired man explained to him, grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck. Immediately after saying those words, the angry leader threw Mion into the trap in one lightning-fast movement. The only thing the dark-haired boy was thinking about as he flew into the trap was what he would grab onto. Anything. Otherwise he'll die for sure. "Shit, no!" Mion cried out in despair before his head broke the force barrier of the trap. The leader with the yellow bow on his head who was watching smirked as he saw the guy fly into this trap. Realizing what was about to happen, the rest of the squad looked at the boy in horror. Helplessly falling to the ground, Mion opened his eyes and saw a plate with a loaf of bread on it in front of him, lying on the stone floor. The dark-haired boy couldn't understand for a while why, after going through the trap, he was still alive. Rising to his feet, the boy realized that, in any case, if he didn't get out of here soon, who knows what kind of danger he might be in again. However, in the same second, he fell helplessly to his knees. As the spiritual energy began to be sucked out of his body, the kneeling Mion realized that he lacked the strength to get out. Also, on top of that, the body is getting heavier and heavier. "Shit, we gotta get out of here now." Rising to his feet, the dark-haired boy began to make every possible effort to try and get out of the trap's range. Eventually, Mion still managed to get to the edge of the force field and crossed it. He fell to his knees again, already outside the trap, and could not immediately believe that he had managed to get out of there alive. Meanwhile, irritatedly looking at this strange kid, The red-haired man muttered why the hell this jerk survived after he threw him into the trap. Hearing this, it came to Mion's attention that now was not the time to relax, and the worst was just ahead. Looking at the boy fearfully, the other squad members puzzled ask if he shouldn't have died as soon as he got there. Why can he move? But the trap isn't deactivated. At that instant, one of the bewildered men was grabbed firmly from behind by someone. Approaching the dumbfounded subordinate, the leader looked at Mion thoughtfully. Then he threw the man he held without a shadow of a doubt straight into the trap. As befits a normal person, the victim was chopped into several pieces in the same second. As a consequence, the trap was immediately deactivated. Looking at this gruesome sight, the people standing in front with fear in their eyes were unable to utter a word. It doesn't work that way. You're supposed to die in the trap, the man with the cute yellow bow on his head said, looking at Mion. As it was, he didn't care anymore. The leader's fists needed, and he realized that even if the kid was lucky enough to survive, he'd die by his hand. Throwing a forlorn look at his opponent, the dark-haired boy can't understand why the hell this bastard wants to kill him so badly. What did he do? Meanwhile, the red-haired man stopped abruptly, thinking about something. Wait a minute, there's no way someone could be lucky enough to survive a trap. No one's ever come out of there alive. This guy is definitely hiding something, and until the leader finds out what it is, he can't make any rash decisions. So there's only one thing left for him to do. Hey, you, attack him now. The man pointing his finger at Mion shouted, turning around to look at his subordinates. Then one person in the crowd irritatedly asked the leader why it was they who had to do what he told them. Following those words, he saw a fist filled with spiritual power in front of his face. The red-haired man punched his subordinate's stomach through, thus showing the others what would happen to them if they didn't obey. Seeing this, the rest of the squad realized that this person had been gifted all this time. If you don't want to die, obey me, said the leader, bloodily kneading his fists. Hearing that this person was actually gifted, a dumbfounded Mion realized the situation he was in. Looking at the leader, people don't want to obey him, but it seems they have no other choice. It's better to kill one ordinary person than to fight a gifted person. In turn, Mion immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the group of opponents. Taking a wide swing of his blade, the dark-haired guy yelled, demanding the desperate people to stay away from him. Shit, there's too many of them. If he tries to fight them, he'll just get killed. The best option is to try to run away. However, the boy can't run in this situation. As soon as he starts, and that's when they grab him. No choice. For now, we'll just have to fight them and look for an opportunity to escape. While the guy was thinking about what to do in such a seemingly hopeless situation, the enemies had already managed to surround him. The only way to survive is to first kill one of them, regain your strength, and then run away. Trying to watch all of his opponents at once, Mion noticed to his right a man with a long sword, preparing to deliver a swinging blow. Now a guy needs to avoid attacks if possible, and be careful when receiving them. There are too many enemies and they attack at once from all sides. And the worst part is that each of them has a weapon with a different range. But Mion has no choice but to try to dodge. The boy needs to wait for the moment when he manages to repel the attack, and the opponent is not protected. In that case, the boy will have the opportunity to take advantage of this and counterattack. Noticing that their partners had started attacking this kid without a second thought, the other squad members looked amongst themselves. Accepting the fact that they had no other choice, the armed men immediately pounced on the dark-haired guy. Despite being outnumbered, Mion was still able to dodge their attacks for a long time, but the blows came at him one after another, and the guy began to realize that this couldn't go on much longer. Be that as it may, one of the opponents will sooner or later make the mistake of giving the boy the chance he needs. Suddenly a man with a slanted arm, who was jogging nearby, stepped carelessly on the ground and tripped. This is the chance Mion's been waiting for. It may be the only way to turn the tide of battle. However, it's not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Although this person is in a relatively helpless state, there are still many opponents around, already preparing to strike. While trying to retreat, Mion realized that he couldn't counterattack so recklessly. The first thing to do was to try to get out of the encirclement. As expected, the dark-haired guy couldn't dodge every attack and still received a few shallow wounds. When the boy, having moved a safe distance away, pointed his sword at his opponents, some people in the crowd began to cheer at the fact that they had managed to wound him. Looking at them, Mion tries to observe each enemy individually. You don't have to wait for the perfect chance to attack. After all, he only has one chance left. But that moment is bound to come. That's when the guy will use all his powers. In the same second, an impenetrable crowd of opponents pounced on the lone boy standing across from them. And, suddenly, one of the men running in the vanguard stumbled awkwardly and twisted his ankle. The guy with the short dagger in his hand, struggling to stay on his feet, stretched out his other arm to lean on the stone floor to keep from falling. But it was too late. Now, this unfortunate one stumbled right to the front of the line. On top of that, Mion has no one in his way right now. If he kills him, he can recover and make a quick escape from here. Staring in horror at the sword blade approaching him, the dumbfounded guy sitting on the ground asked his opponent to stop. You think you can regain your strength like that? You're trying for nothing. The leader suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his fist piercing his useless ward through and through. You don't seem to have any special abilities, so it shouldn't be hard to kill you. Hearing those eerie words, Mion, trembling with fear, realized that this was his end. What is that? One of the group asked in surprise, trying to get out of the strange force cube. With his forehead against the wall, he noticed that it was something transparent. But the dice that had just been thrown had rolled an edge with the number 3 on it. Just then, a piercing scream sounded. When the red-haired man heard it, he turned around to see what was going on. At this time, the frightened Mion continued to stare lifelessly in front of him, realizing more and more with each passing second that he would under no circumstances come out of this meat grinder alive. After chopping half the squad to pieces, the guy in the purple cloak leisurely heads forward down the corridor. The mysterious man with dice-shaped earrings, killing everyone in his path, was walking straight towards Mion. What's going on? Why is everyone dead? Then, pointing his finger at the strange man, the red-haired kid shouted that he knew him. He's a brutal killer. Shit, he's gonna kill everyone here. If you meet him, you'll never come back alive. Especially if he locks you in the barrier, it's over. Yeah, in this cubic barrier, the red-haired boy remarked, noticing the strange transparent matter around him. In the next instant, there was a frenzied scream accompanied by a spray of blood. Pointing his finger at this strange dude, a red-haired man with a cute yellow bow on his head yelled that it didn't matter how strong he was, the subordinates should all attack him at the same time, and then he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Realizing that this person was also gifted, the remaining squad members looked amongst themselves uncertainly. Hey, did you hear me? If you don't attack him, I'll kill you myself, the enraged leader added, accumulating spiritual power in his bloody fist. And since they had no other choice, the armed men immediately rushed towards the enemy, swinging their swords and spears. Suddenly, a cubic barrier appeared in front of them. The number 6 came up on the dice. Everyone within the radius of this skill was immediately chopped alive into 6 pieces. Looking at this strange stranger in horror, the leader can't figure out what this stupid ability is. Meanwhile, realizing what would happen to them if they continued to stand idly by or attack this monster, the other members of the group looked at the enemy with horror. The guy standing behind him with dark green hair cried out in horror that he wasn't going to just die here. Turning around, he and most of the crew immediately sprinted away. As Mion tensely watched them, it occurred to him that he'd better not stay put either. Holding his sword in his hand, the dark-haired boy rushed after the fleeing people. As the purple-cloaked man slowly approached the squad, panic had already been sown in the ranks. Some of them tried to flee from the battlefield. Others were simply unable to move from their seats out of fear. I will escape and live. If we go this way, we'll be saved, said the boy with dark green hair confidently, hoping to escape from danger. But suddenly a strange barrier appeared right in front of him that just a second ago wasn't here. When shouts of a trap up ahead were heard behind the guy, he turned around, asking what it was his partners were talking about. Beside him, before he could stop himself, another guy ran into the strange blue light. At the same moment, death screams rang out. Looking at the remains of their comrades, the squad members can't understand why the trap reappeared. Didn't they just disarm it? Then they turned around suspiciously at the Mion standing behind them. The dark-haired boy stares at them fearfully, unable to understand why everyone is suddenly looking at him. He doesn't even know what happened. Mion can't believe those damn traps are reappearing. It's going to be much harder to escape now. All that's left is to wait and see. Don't you dare run away, you bastards. There's nowhere else to run. We have to defeat him to survive. Do you really want to die without doing anything? If you're meant to die, at least take a few last sips of life before you die. The red-haired man standing at the front of the line yelled in rage. After listening to his rousing speech, the subordinates realized that the leader was right. They don't want to die without doing anything. And so they dared to make this desperate move. 3 of the crowd abruptly ran out and pounced on the purple-cloaked opponent. Yes, attack, a man with a cute yellow bow on his head mockingly said, noticing that those fools actually threw themselves at that monster. Not understanding what that sarcastic phrase was meant to say, the purple Voldemort asked the leader what it meant. In turn, the red-haired man had already run behind the back of the man who had attacked them, deciding to flee the battlefield. He's running away, but didn't he tell the others a couple seconds ago to fight? Scum. Turning haughtily on them, the leader explained to these idiots that, as a rule, it was often necessary to act cunningly in order to survive. However, one person in the crowd recalled that when he threw Mion into the trap, he said that those were the kind of guys he hated the most. The man with the yellow bow, however, added that if someone wants to act smart at a crucial moment, they'll have to pretend they don't normally do that. It's easier to fool people that way, especially people like these morons. Bastard. The former subordinates shouted hatefully as they looked after the man who had fallen from the battle. Meanwhile, the leader chuckled at the fact that they hardly had an option to worry about him. In the same instant, all of the remaining squad members were trapped in the cubic barrier. Banging their fists on the transparent walls in tears, they began to beg the enemy not to kill them. But as expected, it didn't help. The man in the purple cloak immediately killed everyone within the range of his skill. Running away from his opponent, the red-haired man was sure that he would not be able to attack him from such a distance. But to his regret, he had underestimated his enemy. By the time the man thought about it, the dice from the purple-cloaked stranger's left ear were gone. A transparent cubic barrier immediately materialized in front of the leader. There was no way he could have done it so easily. However, if he concentrated all his spiritual power, that person would be able to escape from here. In the same second, the red-haired man made a sharp jerk, passing through the transparent wall. He barely made it. It's because he's gifted and knows how to control his spiritual power. But suddenly the cute yellow bow on the man's head ripped. A piece of cloth slowly fell in front of the halted letter's feet. Bastard. How dare you cut my bow? Shrieked the exasperated monster, turning on the scum that had damaged his relic. I'll never forgive you, the man said coldly as he sprang from his seat in the direction of his enemy. But suddenly he stopped, seeing mountains of corpses around the stranger in the purple cloak. Looking at this horrible picture, the leader can't realize what it was he was thinking when he ran towards that monster. As soon as he cut the bow, the red-haired man lost himself for a moment. We need to get back here now, he thought, before the transparent wall appeared in his face again. The dice fell to the stone floor, and the number 2 appeared on the top edge. The helpless red-haired man trapped in the barrier immediately had his arm torn off. Walking closer to him, the man in the purple cloak stared blankly at his dying opponent. Standing behind Mion, looking at that monster in horror, he noticed that everyone but him had died in an instant. This guy even got rid of that gifted one. To fight a strong man like him is suicide. But the boy can't escape because of the traps behind him. What the hell is he supposed to do? The entire battlefield smelled of blood and fear, and the terrifying aura of the man who had organized this merciless butchery permeated every cell of Mion's body. As he lay on the cold stone floor, closing his eyes, the pretend dead guy prays to all the gods that this monster would just walk right past him. It didn't help, however. When Mion opened his eyes, he saw the enemy looming over him. The creepy man looked at the boy with the utmost indifference with his glowing violet eyes. Realizing that he had been spotted, the dark-haired guy immediately jumped off the ground and got to his feet. Mion immediately asked the stranger to wait a bit and not to attack him. The boy offered to join forces. He said that he knew the way to the point of preservation, and if the man wanted to know where it was, the boy could show him the way. But this monster didn't seem to be interested in such information at all. He immediately imprisoned Mion in a cubic barrier. Dazedly looking at his opponent, the dark-haired guy shouted, asking him to wait and not kill him. But the man in the purple cloak only continued to stare at him indifferently. Removing a dice-shaped earring from his ear, the stranger took this in his hand. "Stop," Mion asked tearfully as the man let go of the cube. While the terrified boy stared in horror at the falling dice, the emotionless enemy stared at him mercilessly, waiting for the boy to be cut into pieces. After the die bounced off the ground a few times, the number 1 fell on it. The barrier began to disappear, and standing behind it, Mion looked at the man in the purple cloak in surprise, wondering if the man had really bought his offer to show him the way. But that doesn't mean the danger is over. If that monster finds out that Mion has no idea where the save point is, he will immediately kill him. But when the dark-haired guy decided to keep his promise and drive the stranger to his destination, a man passing by said he didn't need it. "Is he joining too?" the guy in the purple cloak uttered, looking at the remaining Mion behind him. Then he walked leisurely through the trap. Looking after him, the dark-haired boy can't believe that this man just walked through the trap and remained unharmed. At the same moment, the trap barrier deactivated. Suddenly, Mion heard a cry of pain nearby. In the same hallway sat a still living red-haired man with a severed arm. It's him, the same prodigy who tried so hard to kill the dark-haired guy. How is he still not dead? But the boy definitely saw that dude fall down. Didn't that killer finish him off? He's badly injured, though. His arm was cut off. He seems to have lost a lot of blood. That's when it came to Mion that the situation had worked out for him to the point of perfection. Trying to stop the blood, a man with a cut bow on his head got to his feet and looked dumbfounded at the boy. Looking at him, the irritated leader can't understand how this bastard was able to survive. Anyway, he doesn't have time to mess around with it. A man needs to find what he cares about most right now. His bow. Where is it? Looking around the area in panic, the leader still found a small piece of cut cloth lying on the ground. Picking this up off the stone floor, the bleeding man looked at his bows in fascination. Just as suddenly he heard a strange loud nearby. Guessing that this sound was the sound of quick footsteps, the leader turned around at the dark-haired guy running in his direction. In turn, Mion pounced on the man at breakneck speed, bringing his sword behind his head. "Is this bastard going to attack me?" the irritated leader shouted indignantly, glaring at the boy. Now Mion has the perfect opportunity to kill the gifted one and get his powers. He just can't pass up this chance. Meanwhile, the exasperated red-haired man lashed back at the boy, saying that he was just about to grow his own arm, but the bastard got in his way. Not paying attention to his words, the dark-haired boy dodged the attack with ease. The leader then asked the idiot why he was running away after challenging him with such confidence. Mion, on the other hand, noted that he had no reason to go head-to-head with the gifted one. Time is on his side. As time goes on, the enemy grows weaker and weaker. He just needed to buy time by delaying the enemy and keeping them at bay. Offended by such words, the leader yelled that he didn't intend what the boy had conjured up for himself. "Heal my body. Healing hand," said the red-haired man, using a special ability. In the same second, hands materialized in space and proceeded to heal his body. A short time later, the man's wound site stopped bleeding. Looking at this inexplicable phenomenon in astonishment, Mion can't understand how this could have happened. How could such a terrifying wound stop bleeding in an instant? Is wound healing really his secret technique? The situation had changed. Originally, the dark-haired guy had an advantage and only needed to stall for time, but this ability put him at a disadvantage. Now the opponent is now recovering his strength with time. You have to decide what to do before the enemy fully recovers. Fight him to the end or run away. "Shall we fight?" the leader spoke out, concentrating spiritual power throughout his body. "Resolved," Mion replied succinctly, glaring confidently at his opponent. From the start, the boy had only one option: a contest. It was a battle he shouldn't avoid. It wasn't a fact that he would still have a chance to kill the gifted one. No, from the very beginning, he should count on not having that chance again. And so, raising his sword, the guy decided to put all his strength into this fight. "I'm sick of waiting." Suddenly came a voice from behind me. Looking behind his back, Mion couldn't understand how this could have happened. When the boy tried to chop the enemy, What his blade achieved was only a residual image. Meanwhile, the red-haired man was already behind him. Noticing a fist flying his face with great speed, the guy realized that this was the end. Of course, Mion tried to dodge, but his efforts were futile. The blow went straight to his stomach. From the power of this attack, the dark-haired guy flew a few meters away, slamming into the wall. Throwing a glance at his fist, the leader grudgingly remarked that the secret technique was taking away too much strength. He just can't believe he didn't manage to finish off a kid like that with one punch. Meanwhile, trying to get to his feet, Mion can't contain his trembling due to the unbelievable. He was already having a hard time breathing after his first missed attack, and so he needed to do something urgently, but it was too late. The gifted one was at the boy again, preparing to strike again. This man was too fast, and so it was naturally impossible for the barely moving Mion to dodge another lunge. In the next second, there was a loud rumble again, and the dark-haired guy bounced several times off the stone floor and fell on his back. Even after his injuries, the boy still managed to stay alive. Damn, why isn't that stubborn son of a bitch dead yet? The red-haired man muttered irritably, holding up his hand. Mion, in turn, realized that he couldn't take it anymore. It's unbearably painful, but he has to get up. If the enemy hits him one more time, the guy will definitely die. What's the matter with me? Mion muttered quietly, staring hopelessly at the stone floor. Your commitment to life is astounding, but this is where we end. A red-haired man with a cute yellow bow on his head yelled in rage, preparing to finish the guy off. Wait, the body suddenly felt lighter. It feels like your whole body is filled with power. What if? At this moment, the leader was horrified to see Mion's drastically changed aura, overwhelming his entire body in an instant. Grabbing his sword, the dark-haired guy covered several meters in a second and in one lightning-fast movement, severed his opponent's other arm. Feeling unbearable pain, the red-haired man screamed in agony. Turning to the boy behind him, the leader asked in a panic, wondering if he too had been gifted all this time. However, Mion replied that this was not the case. Rather, he had found a way out of the predicament. The guy never thought that he could absorb the power from a gifted person's hand that happened to fall beside him. I also figured out how to use that power the moment I absorbed it. The boy added, turning around to look at his dying foe. Not understanding what he was saying, the man with the yellow bow on his head asked which arm the gifted man was talking about. Was the guy really talking about his severed hand? You're just now noticing. There are no other gifted people here besides you, don't you think? Mion said, poking his finger mockingly at his wounded opponent's forehead. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man yelled angrily at the guy, but the guy told him to shut up and pointed out that he forgot to do one more thing. The boy immediately ripped the yellow bow off his enemy's head. It's been an eyesore ever since. Why did you put that ribbon in your hair? Mion said, looking at the piece of cloth in his hand in disgust. You bastard. I'll kill you, yelled the enraged leader, glaring hatefully at the boy. In turn, the guy, indifferently tossing away this useless ribbon, suggested that the man try to do it. If he could do it, of course. The next second there was the ringing sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by a loud scream. The red-haired man died, and the Mion standing next to his corpse began to absorb memories and spiritual power. After a while, demonic hands began dragging the remains into the underworld. Meanwhile, all of the dark-haired boy's wounds began to heal without a trace. It was a very difficult battle. However, the reward the boy received is also quite great. After all, Mion had now obtained that person's incredible spiritual power. In other words, he too had become gifted. He was now many times stronger than he was before. But don't dwell on that. After all, the boy couldn't get any special powers. At that moment, his mind seemed to be pierced by the memories of the man he had just killed. This is the first time Mion has absorbed a gifted person's memory. Maybe there'll be something useful in there. My earliest memories were of a red-haired boy using his best efforts to try to move a huge boulder. He tried until the very end, while he still had a little bit of strength left in him. But by the time he fell to his knees, completely exhausted, the boy still hadn't even managed to move that rock. He was very weak, and as a child he was beaten even by his peers. However, there was a girl who was not indifferent to him. She approached the boy and decided to bind his wound with a yellow ribbon. Grabbing that piece of cloth, the boy suddenly cried out that he didn't need her help. It really upset that girl. She didn't expect to be treated like that by the guy she wanted to help. A few days later she became seriously ill. No medicine or tincture helped. It was a deadly disease. After a week of horrible torture, she died. When the girl was buried, a red-haired boy came to her grave with the same ribbon. "Now we will always be together," the boy said in tears, tying a yellow bow on his head. Not realizing what kind of shit this was, the enraged Mion started stomping the yellow tape lying on the stone floor in anger. He's not interested in these stupid memories. With a frustrated scratch of his head, the dark-haired guy realized that that man didn't know anything about the save point. Looks like he expected too much from this dude. It was a shame that there was no information about the save point in his memory, but maybe Mion could at least learn how to use spiritual power. Peeking out from around the corner, Mr. Michelin asked, puzzled as to where everyone had gone. Hearing someone's unfamiliar voice, Mion immediately looked up and asked who it was. Then, stopping him with gestures, the turtle man asked the boy to wait a bit and not to attack him. He was not the boy's enemy. Not to attack, Mion interjected suspiciously, pointing his sword blade at the stranger. For his part, Michelin explained that he had no desire to fight. He was just looking for someone to join. After listening to him, the dark-haired boy wondered if the stranger was looking for allies to form a group. Turtle Man confirmed this, adding that he needs companions to survive in this hellish place. While he was talking about it, the boy watching him noticed something interesting. Its carapace on its back appears to be very strong, which can't be said for his body. Since this dude looks stupid, the dark-haired guy will be able to use him as a shield. That's why Mion narrated that he too was looking for allies, and then he himself offered the stranger to team up with him. Right, that would be nice. Turtle Man muttered unhappily, sighing heavily. Not understanding the reason for this reaction, Mion asked the strange stranger if he was looking for allies. Mr. Michelin, on the other hand, looked perplexedly at the lad and asked what he meant. "Do you really have ulterior motives?" the dark-haired boy inquired, looking at him suspiciously. The frightened turtle man tried to explain in a shaky voice that he was really just looking for companionship. However, after pointing his sword at him, Mion pointed out that it would be difficult to become comrades if they didn't tell the whole truth. Therefore, he didn't think they would be able to work together. Beginning to step back fearfully, Mr. Michelin asked the boy to wait and let him explain. A few minutes ago, stretching his neck, the Adidas sponsor piped up that it looked like he might be able to have a little fun with such an opponent. In turn, the guy in the purple cloak and dice-shaped earrings just looked at him blankly. Leaning on his hammer, the man asked his opponent if he was gifted. Not wanting to talk to him, the guy with the violet eyes removed an earring from his ear. "You sure are gifted," Adidas shrieked contentedly, smiling in anticipation of an interesting fight. He then estimated that if he managed to kill the stranger and the damn turtle, he could become much stronger and easily defeat anyone. "So dice soon," uttered the snapping man, raising a huge hammer above his head. But at that moment, his opponent had already thrown the dice recently removed from his ear to the floor. The cube fell down and bounced off the ground several times. Looking at it, Adidas tried to figure out what it was. Maybe it's this dude's weapon. Suddenly, a transparent wall materialized in front of the man's face, and he flew into it at a tremendous speed. Noticing that he was trapped in some sort of cubic barrier, the Adidas sponsor began bashing his hands into the walls and trying to find a way out of here. Meanwhile, the dice that had fallen on the stone floor continued to spin. After analyzing the situation, the trapped man realized that he needed to get out urgently before this cube stopped. "Don't be ridiculous. My hammer can break anything," he shrieked, raising the weapon above his head in fury. After that, shifting his entire weight forward, he swung the hammer with great speed and slammed it into the transparent barrier wall. From the sheer force of contact, the barrier's matter immediately cracked like glass. The Adidas sponsor went through the wall with ease, blowing it to smithereens. Putting the hammer behind his head, the man laughed and remarked that it was the easiest thing to do. But at the same instant that he was about to finish off his opponent, a transparent cubic barrier reappeared in front of his face. It turns out that the enemy threw 2 dice at the same time, and it is at this very moment that one of them has come to a complete stop at the number 2. A second later, Adita's head appeared to be severed and completely separated from his body. After dealing with his opponent, the guy in the purple cloak continued to walk leisurely down the corridor. A turtle hidden in a tough shell watched him from the back. Looking after him, Mr. Michelin realized that this guy was incredibly strong. If the turtle could make friends with this man, he would definitely survive. However, when he crawled out from under the shell, he noticed that the corridor was already empty. That guy in the purple raincoat is already gone. Then the turtle man decided to chase after him. If he went that way, he would surely be able to catch up with the stranger. Michelin told all of this to Mion, who was aggressive towards him. He went after that guy to befriend him, but he lost him, and while he was looking for that dude, he came across a dark-haired kid. Lowering his sword, Mion remarked that the turtle was lucky he had met this butcher and was able to survive. With a startled look at the boy, Michelin asked what he meant. "What do you mean, the butcher?" The boy told him that all the guys who were here were dead. They challenged him, but they were too weak, and Mion was the only one who survived. Hearing this, the turtle man still couldn't believe what this guy had said for a while. Mion, however, added that if the interlocutor didn't believe it, he could go after that gifted one to the other side. Looking down the hallway, Michelin shuddered with fear. You realize who he is, so think again. Are you going to chase after him? Or are you going to be my ally? The dark-haired boy muttered, turning around to look at the turtle. Lowering his head, a horrified Mr. Michelin said he didn't know the guy was such a horrible person. Then, taking his gaze away, he asked Mion's permission to become his ally. In turn, the dark-haired guy said he'd be happy to work with his new partner, then introduced himself. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, the turtle man introduced himself as Torio. He thanked the boy for letting him join the team. The guy really is a very kind man. That's how, Mion said thoughtfully, looking at him. After that, the guy with a sword in his hand explained that they should move towards the save point. However, they still had some unfinished business. Torio asked what the case was about, and Mion told him it was simple. The boy wants to test the skills of his new partner, so he would like his comrade to show him what he can do. Mr. Michelin agreed and, grinning, jumped out of his seat. Turtle enhancement, he shouted, taking the form of a sea turtle. He then landed on the stone floor with a clatter, covering his entire body with a sturdy shell. Seeing this, Mion looked at his partner thoughtfully. It turns out that this is his ability. It allows you to protect your entire body. However, this skill only protects the wearer. Amazing, isn't it? With this ability, you can even defend yourself against gifted attacks, Torio said, sitting under the shell. Even from gifted attacks, the dark-haired boy dumbfoundedly interjected. Turtle Man, on the other hand, confirmed this, remarking that it was a pity there were no gifted ones around. At those words, Mion only smiled grimly. There was no need for regret. He would have no problem checking it now. Filling his body with spiritual power, the boy immediately ran up to his comrade and struck his sword against the shell with great force. Torio, who was looking at the floor at the time, heard a thump on the shell and couldn't figure out what the sound was. Looking at him in satisfaction, Mion realized that he really didn't take any damage from the spiritual power attack. Such an ability would be useful even in a battle with gifted people. Looks like the guy got another spare life. In case of an emergency, he can use this fat guy as a human shield. Anyway, now the boy has to hurry to the save point. A man in a blue robe and a dagger in a scabbard walks down the corridor of the labyrinth. Suddenly he notices something up ahead not far from him. There's a strange object on the ground. You can't see it very well from a distance, but there's something there. Could it really be this food? Deciding to check what it was, the man immediately snapped out of his seat. But running up to the strange object, he saw a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes lying on the cold stone floor. What is this? It's not food, the man annoyedly muttered as he looked at the child. Bending over, he lifted the soundly sleeping infant from the ground. Looking perplexed at the toddler, the man tried to figure out what he was doing here. Just as suddenly, the infant opened its eyes abruptly and looked creepily at its savior. Stunned at such a horrifying sight, the man screamed in fear, asking what the hell was going on. I'm not a baby, the infant yelled diabolically, looking at him hatefully. The child then materialized a bloody knife in his hand. In the next second, he mercilessly plunged the blade into the throat of the man holding him in his arms. A few hours later, Mion and his new partner are walking through a maze. Turning to Torio, the dark-haired guy asked if he knew how to get to the save point. The turtle man replied that he had no idea. He had been following the boy the whole time. Mion thought that at least this dude knew the way, but it looks like he was wrong. Killing others and absorbing their memories gives no information about the save point. Until now, the guy had absorbed a bunch of memories, but nothing about that stone room was among them. Was it really just a coincidence? Or is someone deliberately hiding the memory of it? Mion, what's that over there? Torio suddenly shrieked, pointing his finger somewhere. In the hallway not far from them lies an unidentifiable object in some kind of cloth. Glancing over there in surprise, Mion suggested that it might be something useful, and so they should go and check it out. The boys immediately ran in the direction of this strange object. It was the same baby again, wrapped in diapers, pretending to be asleep again. Frowning unhappily, the toddler can't figure out how long he has to do this. At that moment he heard someone's footsteps not far from him. More idiots on the way, the baby thought, laughing mentally. Then he decided to employ a new strategy, after which he decided to no longer pretend to be asleep. Is that a baby? Mion muttered in surprise as he looked at the infant lying on the floor. Looking at the two of them, the infant realized that this was not the best situation for him. As long as he pretended to be a child, he could only deal with one. Meanwhile, looking suspiciously at the baby, Mion turned to his partner and asked if he thought the child was strange. What are you staring at? The toddler thought irritably, looking at the dark-haired boy. The tortoise man standing nearby remarked that although he is not good at it, this child seems calm. Even when he sees strangers, he behaves calmly and does not cry. Right, just like Torio said, he's too calm for a baby. Something's wrong here. Hearing this, the diaper-wrapped toddler realized he had miscalculated. After that, he cried loudly, trying not to give away his true identity. Looking at him worriedly, Torio asked his indifferent partner why the child was suddenly crying. That's it, it's all right, muttered Mr. Michelin, taking the infant in his arms. While he was glad the kid had stopped crying, the baby in his arms was looking at Torio in disgust and mentally asking the dude to take his face from him. Looking at his comrade, the turtle man asked him what they were going to do about it. Realizing that something fishy was going on here, Mion looked at the infant suspiciously. Of course we'll just leave, the dark-haired boy said, dumbfounding the child. Looking at this ruthless boy, the toddler can't understand how this bastard dares to do this to him. Torio, on the other hand, didn't agree with that decision either. How can they just walk away from a situation like this? I'm not sure what he is, so it's best to leave him here. I have a bad feeling about this, so let's leave, Mion explained, insisting on his point. After listening to him, the turtle man snickered and remembered something. He remembered those times he was still alive then. The children had loved him very much in the past. That's why he can't just let it go. Holding back his tears, Torio again asked Mion to take this infant. Looking at this innocent face, he remembers his brothers and cannot pass it by. Looking at the underdog, the dark-haired guy realized that he wouldn't budge unless they took this kid. Okay, if that's what you're asking, let's take it. Mion agreed, sighing unhappily. Not believing his ears, Torio thanked the boy wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, without taking his eyes off this strange infant, the dark-haired guy realized that he might be in trouble if he lost his shield. Therefore, one must not let his guard down with this baby. The turtle man strapped the baby to his shell, and the three went on to look for a save point. Torio was walking quite far away from his partner. On top of that, the child was behind him. That's when the toddler realized this was his best chance to finish these two off. In the same second, he materialized a sharp knife in his hand and prepared to pierce Torio's shell. But after making contact with the shell, the knife blade couldn't even scratch the surface. Hearing that strange sound, Torio turned around to try and figure out what it was. Then he noticed a friendly smiling infant strapped to his back like anything. Deciding that this child was just spoiling himself, the turtle man turned around and walked on without giving it much thought. In turn, the toddler, looking puzzled at the fat man, can't figure out what the hell this shell is. Why didn't the knife pierce it? Then the kid decided to try aiming for the head. He took out his dagger again and swung it around, trying to stab Torio in the back of the head. However, that didn't work either. Because of his small hands, the knife blade just didn't reach his head and hit the shell again. Hearing the incomprehensible sound again, Turtle Man turned around to finally find out what the source was. But once again there was no one behind but a harmless shell-bound child. Torio thought he was imagining things and turned around and walked further down the corridor again. When the danger had passed, the strapped to his back infant realized that his arms were too short. Looking around, he tried to figure out what he should do in such a situation. At that moment, Mion noticed something amazing up ahead. The stone floor of the corridor was covered with a huge amount of delicious cooked food. "Torio, what are you doing there? Come quickly, there's food here," shouted the dark-haired guy, looking at his partner. "Got it, on my way," Turtle Man replied cheerfully, picking up speed. Meanwhile, with an annoyed look away, the toddler realized he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Such a sumptuous meal these two can taste for the first time since they got out of that confined stone room with the big door. Finally, food. It looks good. Mion immediately suggested to his comrade to hurry up and eat before the others came. After tucking the irritated child next to them, the two sit down next to their plates and start eating everything in sight. For the first time being in this maze, they can remove their hunger so well. At this time, the infant watching their sumptuous meal was drooling with temptation. Such bastards. They eat their own food and don't give it to the kid. He's hungry like a wolf too, you know. At the same second, Torio saw the strange expression on the infant's face. "Looks like you're hungry too," the Turtle Man remarked. The kid lying on the ground was glad that the idiot had finally noticed it. Leaning over to eat, Mr. Michelin took the arrows of a single red apple. "Since you have no teeth, it's too early for you to eat meat. Good thing there's fruit here," Torio said in a friendly manner, holding an apple in his hand. "Not that. I want meat," the child thought nervously, looking at the moron doomedly. In turn, Mion, who had approached his partner, asked if the infant would be able to chew the fruit. Torio asked his partner not to worry, explaining that he would help him with that. He immediately took a bite of the apple and began to chew thoroughly. "Really? Don't tell me," thought the infant, trembling with fear. At this moment, Torio had already spit out the thoroughly chewed applesauce on his hand. He then explained that if you do that, the infant will be able to eat in peace. "Not again, you idiot. Don't you dare do this to me. Come on, open your mouth," Torio said in a friendly manner, shoving the vile consistency into the child's mouth. All of this was being watched intently by Mion standing nearby. Looking at the applesauce with disgust, the toddler realized he had been cornered. If he doesn't eat it, that kid standing behind that asshole will definitely suspect him. Overpowering himself, the child closed his eyes and reluctantly opened his mouth. After eating the nasty stuff, the little guy swore that he would definitely kill the bastard. A few hours later, the three of them continue walking through the maze. Suddenly, Torio yawned, and the dark-haired boy asked his partner if he was tired. "Is it that noticeable?" Turtle Man asked, smiling nonchalantly. Mion, however, remarked that it was no wonder his comrade was tired. After all, they were constantly moving. Then the boy suggested a short rest. The boy added that a better tactic would be to take turns resting. When he suggested that Torio lie down first, he immediately agreed. Turtle Man went to bed and Mion was left to sit alone with the infant lying on his shell. After a while, the shell lifted and a sleepy Torio emerged from it. After that, they switched places. The dark-haired lad lay down on the stone floor and fell asleep, while Mr. Michelin, who sat beside him, began to guard his sleep. But something unforeseen happened. Torio couldn't stand the sepulchral silence and fell asleep too. When the infant saw this, he realized that this was his best chance. "It's very careless of me to fall asleep like this without a guard." Remembering how much he had suffered because of that bastard, the kid immediately materialized a knife in his hand. "You'll die first," the infant thought angrily, preparing to stab the sleeping Torio. But as the blade of his dagger almost reached its target, a familiar voice was heard behind him, finally showed his true colors. Mion uttered, standing behind him, holding his sword in his hand. At the same moment, the infant abruptly bounced away from the enemy to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Torio had already finally fallen asleep and closed himself into his shell. "Damn it, so you were awake," the kid yelled irritably, holding his dagger at the ready. How can you sleep next to a suspicious guy like you? Mion inquired, smirking mockingly. Then, realizing he had no other choice, the toddler pounced on the lad, saying that in that case, the boy would die first. Pouncing back at him, the spirit power activating Mion swung his sword and asked the kid if he thought he could handle him. For that you need to move, the baby said, and then his eyes lit up with a blue light. At the same instant, the dark-haired guy froze in place, unable to move. Standing motionless in one pose, Mion realized that he couldn't move if he used spiritual power. Is that really the ability of this child? My time ability is the strongest. You can't beat me alone. The infant with the knife in his hand explained, tearing towards the dark-haired guy. Can't win alone. Then I'll call for another, said a slyly smiling Mion. Immediately after these words, he shouted loudly, trying to rouse Torio and warn his comrade of the enemy. In the same second, the sleepy turtle man woke up, asking where the enemy was. At the same instant, the infant behind him stabbed his knife blade into his shell. Looking at that goddamn shell, the kid can't believe he was stopped by the freaking thing again. Meanwhile, the dark-haired boy explained to his partner that the enemy was right behind him. Turning around, Torio wondered if this little guy was the enemy. Looking at that fat guy, the kid realized that too would be much harder for him to handle. I told you from the beginning he was weird. Stop dwelling on the clouds and get to work, Mion shouted angrily, managing to move from his seat. The enraged toddler in turn pounced on the guy in return. But suddenly, as Mion decided to strike at his opponent, Torio jumped out in front of him. Crouching down next to him, the turtle man completely blocked the attack with his shell. Seeing this, the dark-haired guy and his opponent looked dumbfoundedly at Torio. Why are you preventing me from attacking? Mion yelled angrily at him. Mr. Michelin, however, turned to his partner and confidently explained that no matter the situation, children should always be protected. Angrily yelling at him, the dark-haired guy asked Torio if he really thought it was an ordinary kid. Hearing this, the infant realized that no matter how the situation turned out, he wouldn't be able to handle two at once. Either way, that turtle just won't let that dark-haired boy be killed. Now I'll retreat. Well, I'll never forgive you. Next time I'll be sure to finish you off, said the diapered toddler irritably, running away from the battlefield. The child then turned the nearest corner without looking back. Seeing this, Torio exhaled with relief. Looks like you and I are out of our way, Mion said suddenly, glaring at his partner with disdain. Hearing these words from the guy, the turtle man asked him what he meant. The boy asked his comrade how they can work as a team if Torio won't let him attack. Mr. Michelin immediately apologized to Mion, agreeing that he had slipped up. The child was very much like his brothers. He then swore that it would never happen again. Getting into his predicament, the dark-haired guy decided to close his eyes this time, but there would be no second chance. With a frustrated look down, the turtle man said he understood. Afterward, since they had rested a bit, Mion suggested that they go on to look for a save point. Only this time, they need to speed up. That's why the two of them took off and ran forward down the corridor. Preservation will not exist indefinitely. There's no telling what will happen if you get there too late. Meanwhile, a man with a red mohawk, chaining several people to him and holding two whips, walks through the labyrinth. Suddenly he raised one of the whips, striking the men ahead of him with this. He ordered them to step briskly. This person wants to get to the save point before anyone else. Each time he continued to pound the slaves ahead of him, thus driving them on. The guy with the pigtail, holding his head in tears, said they would go faster and asked the owner to stop doing that. This is unbearably painful. In turn, the man with the red mohawk took one look at him and yanked his whip and called the guy a stupid idiot. Turning around, he noticed walking behind him a slowly weaving boy in a green robe, who for some reason was holding his head and groaning. His face was cut to blood, and because of that one eye could no longer see. What's the matter? Why are you slowing down? Shouted the master angrily, glaring at him. Holding his head, the boy apologized and promised to speed up now. There's no need for that, the red-haired man said, swinging the whip. In the same second, the whip pierced through the boy's throat. As the dead lad's body fell to the stone floor, the master remarked that it would be much easier to walk this way. Looking at the corpse in tears, The other slaves can't believe the horror. That boy was wounded. What, you have a complaint? The man with the red mohawk shrieked in rage, grabbing the whip in his hand. Of course, under such pressure, the other slaves could not answer anything and just continued to stare hopelessly at the floor. Suddenly light footsteps were heard nearby. A blue-haired child with a whip tied around his neck informed the captain that they were in trouble. An enemy has appeared ahead. We can't avoid a collision, the boy added, looking worriedly at his master. Hearing this, the red-haired man yanked one of the whips, pulling the child close to him. The irritated captain asked what the hell he was talking about. How many? The boy, however, narrated that the number of opponents was about 10 or 20. No, even more, he suddenly said in a trembling voice, looking fearfully at his master. Whiplashing the kid, the man with the red mohawk ordered the idiot to immediately go and check again. But as he turned around, the blue-haired boy saw the corpse of a recently deceased slave in front of him. Looking at this horrible sight, the child realized that if he stayed with this tyrant, he would just be used and then killed. That's why the boy is obliged to escape. After a while, the silhouette of a large crowd of armed men appeared in the distance. Striking his slaves with his whip, the man with the red mohawk ordered them to prepare to break through. Continuing to pound them on their backs with a grin, the master shouted for them to run faster. The man in a cloak and with a black scythe pointing at the leader of the enemy squad told his men that if they could get rid of him, there would be no problem with the others. Brace yourselves, yelled the red-haired man, gritting his teeth. At the same second, a squad of the stranger with the scythe pounced on the master and his slaves. Looking at the leader of this large unit, the man with the mohawk realized that there were more opponents than he thought. All attack, he cried out imperiously, raising his hand in the air. The two squads immediately clashed in a fierce battle. The forces were equal, and even the common slaves were not inferior to the enemy squad's men. But it couldn't even compare to what was happening between the leaders of the two groups. Their attacks were so lightning fast that the human eye couldn't even keep track of them. Meanwhile, a blue-haired child standing nearby felt a strange movement around his neck. His whip has loosened. Master seemed to be completely focused on the battle. Turning around to see the two leaders fighting each other, the boy realized this was his chance to escape. He immediately took hold of his whip with both hands and pulled it. Throwing the rope off his neck, the child immediately rushed in the opposite direction from the battle scene. During a battle with an enemy leader, a red-haired man spotted a runaway slave. At the same instant he threw the whip around the blue-haired boy's neck again. He then completely obliged his body with rope and sat him on his knees. That's when the child realized that he didn't even have a chance to escape from this monster. I'll get to you later, the master spoke contemptuously, casting an irritated glance at his slave. The enemy, however, did not stop attacking. He continued to deliver blow after blow with his black scythe, chopping the man's whips into small pieces. Seeing this, the master realized that his business was not good. The enemy's scythe cuts through his whips with no problem. However, the enemy had not foreseen something. It was very foolish to make such a wide sweep, opening oneself from all sides. At this moment, the throat of the stranger in the black cloak was pierced through with a whip. Despite the fact that his opponent had cut many of his whips, the red-haired man still had plenty of those things. Seeing that their leader was dead, the men of the enemy squad panicked and decided to flee the place. They immediately started running away in different directions, leaving the body of their captain lying on the bloody floor. Watching them, the master waved his hand and ordered his slaves to run after them and spare no one. All the subordinates immediately rushed to chase after the remaining opponents. So, now let's deal with you. The man with the red mohawk spoke, looking at the boy standing nearby. Trembling with fear, the child apologized to his master. At the same second, the sound of a whip cutting through the air was heard. The man struck his slave's back with his whip with great force. Bastard, have you forgotten who made you survive? How dare you run away? The enraged master yelled, once again raising the whip above his head. He continued to mercilessly beat the sobbing blue-haired boy until he stopped apologizing to his captain. After brutally beating him to a pulp, the man warns the slave not to even think about running away again. This time he forgives him, but if it happens again, then the owner won't stop at such an easy punishment. But the boy didn't seem to be listening to him. He was too badly beaten and completely exhausted. Suddenly the child felt something strange. He rose abruptly to his feet and turned to his captain, looking at the floor. Looking at him intensely, the red-haired man asked if the slave had anything to say. "The enemies are just around the corner. We must run," the boy said in tears, looking at his master doomedly. Not understanding what the child was carrying, the man asked how this was possible. They all ran away. At that moment, strange sounds were heard nearby. The silhouettes of several people ran towards the man with the red mohawk, quickly closing in on him. It turned out to be his own slaves, who were running away from someone in a panic. When one of them ran up to him, the master grabbed him tightly by the arm. "Explain yourself at once. Why are you running?" he shouted tensely, looking at the frightened boy. Then, waving him off, the slave asked his master to shut up, adding that they didn't have time for him. After that, the crowd of people continued running in one direction, leaving the red-haired man puzzled. Is there a new enemy out there? After all, not only his subordinates are fleeing, but also those people from the squad he defeated. As soon as the master thought about it, he heard a strange shout from the other side, where the crowd of people had run to. Turning around, he saw his slaves again, running back in panic. What the hell is going on? Why are they coming back? From all sides, people are running in different directions while letting out hoarse screams. Suddenly, one of the enemy squad's men was trapped in a cubic barrier. The guy, panting with fear, started beating the transparent walls as hard as he could and screaming that he didn't want to die. The screaming immediately stopped, and his head was severed from his body. On the other side of the corridor lay many corpses of people killed by fortune-telling cards. Toward the crowd of panicking people on either side were two incredibly powerful gifters walking. A guy in a purple cloak and dice earrings on one side, and a gray-haired girl with a dead stare and fortune-telling cards on the other. Looking at these two, the man with the red mohawk realized that they were gifted. But what were their abilities? Smirking, he realized it would be pretty easy to find out. As long as that blue-haired boy is in his hands, Master can't lose. Do you know anything about them? How do you defeat them? What are their weaknesses? The man asked, grabbing the child by the scruff of the neck. Their weaknesses are this. A boy with eyes burning blue began to say, looking at the captain. With a sly smile, the master ordered him to speak faster and not to be silent. They have no weaknesses. They are real monsters. The child cried out in horror, dumbfounded. What? No weaknesses? This situation is disgusting. Until now, the master had survived by utilizing this blue-haired boy's abilities and fishing out weak opponents. However, what would he do with an opponent who had no weaknesses? A man can't handle such a strong opponent. If he fights him, he will surely die. But be that as it may, the captain knows he cannot die. He must survive at all costs. But how the hell is he supposed to do that? And while he was thinking about it, a brilliant idea occurred to him. That's right, let these two fight each other. After a fierce battle, they will be wounded and exhausted. In that case, perhaps the forces will even out. Moreover, they would prove to be much weaker than the red-haired man. It is at this point that he will be able to kill these two gifted ones. Eventually their powers will belong to the master. Everyone gather round, they'll be here soon, the man with the mohawk announced, pulling the blue-haired boy closer to him. Soon all the slaves were around him, and the people standing nearby who had survived the previous battle continued to look around tensely. Then they looked at the master of his subordinates, wondering what they should do next. Since they had no other choice, the other people also rushed towards the red-haired man, hoping that his plan would be successful. A crowd of frightened people gathered in one place, clearing a passageway between the two gifters. Withdrawing his gaze, the host explained to the suddenly appearing opponents that they didn't want to fight them. After that, he asked to be allowed to leave. After listening to him, the gray-haired girl took the card in her hand and brought it up to her face. In turn, the guy in the purple cloak standing across the room took the dice off his ear and looked at it. Looking at them contentedly, the red-haired man realized that these two were really going to fight each other. At the end of the battle, he would definitely kill them and absorb the power. But in the same instant, several people standing around him were chopped by the cube barrier and killed by cards flying into their heads. Some tried to run away, but they were immediately killed by the gifted. Trembling with fear, The master asked why these people attacked them. He said he didn't want to fight them. "I'm not fighting you. There's too much noise from these insects. So I just stomp on them," explained the gray-haired girl, holding several cards in her hand. "When I'm done, we can focus on the conversation, right, Aikido-sama?" After her words, the guy asked Seinen when she appeared in this world. Smiling contentedly, the girl offered him a guess. Looking dumbfounded at the two, the man with the red mohawk asked if they really knew each other. With a glance at him, Seinen took a moment to notice that she and Aikido had a lot to talk about, and so she suggested that the boy deal with these people soon. Looking at them too, Aikido readily agreed with her. Hearing this, the survivors huddled together fearfully. The red-haired man realized that if he didn't want to die here, he needed to quickly choose which way to run. "Run this way," he shouted, pointing in the direction of the gray-haired girl. The slaves immediately snapped out of their seats and rushed hopelessly in the direction their master had pointed. In the same second, a playing card pierced the head of a man with a red mohawk through and through. Blood gushed from his forehead, and his master immediately fell dead to the ground. His last thoughts before he died were that he didn't want to die. The blue-haired boy watching from the side can't believe that this girl killed the captain so easily. If he stays here, he'll die too. At that moment he was knocked down by a guy in a black cape running past, telling the kid to stay out of the way. As he fell, the boy hit his head hard against the stone floor. After that, he immediately lost consciousness. After a while, the child opened his eyes. Is he still alive? Either way, we have a common goal. Wait, what's that? Came someone's voice as the boy woke up. Seinen glanced at him, noting that it seemed to her that there was no one else here. But she must have missed one rat. When the child heard this, he was startled. He realized who the girl was talking about. Meanwhile, Mion continues to run through the maze while Torio, who is trailing behind, asks him to wait for him. Then the boy slowed his step abruptly. Turning around, he saw behind him a tired turtle man who was no longer able to run. Since that was the case, the dark-haired guy immediately offered his partner a little break. Torio thanked him, saying that he thought he was going to die from the strain. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Bucky said, "Attention, everyone in the maze. A few people have reached the point of conservation. I suggest you all stay tuned. You seem to have forgotten that space is limited. In that case, you'll have to pay dearly for it." Immediately after these words, someone else's exhausted scream sounded somewhere in the labyrinth. Hearing this, Mion realized that the source of the scream was very close by. Sking unhappily, the guy realized he was severely out of luck. Snapping out of his seat, the boy called Torio after him, telling him that they needed to hurry. "Mion, look!" The turtle man shouted in panic, pointing where with his finger. A blue trap appeared behind them, and she began to move swiftly toward the two men. "Damn, why here?" Mion shouted in fear as he looked at this trap. Realizing that they had no other choice, Mion and Torio abruptly rushed in the opposite direction, hoping to escape the trap. "Shit! That bastard Bucky." At that moment, as the dark-haired guy and his partner tried to run away, a man dressed in red came running out from around the corner. Turning his head, he saw Mion running at him. Noticing the man, the dark-haired guy smiled slyly. The boy shifted slightly, and the three ran on. Meanwhile, they ran past a strange sign painted on the wall. It was once again the symbol that had been on the back of Mion's palm since childhood. They kept running and more people gathered nearby. Tensely glancing at each other, they asked each other how much longer they had to run, most likely until they found the save point. It had been quite some time, and Mion was already starting to get tired. The guy turned around at the people running behind him and thought it would be a good idea to use them to stop the trap and take a little break. However, it wasn't necessary. They still managed to escape from this scourge. Relaxing against the wall, the man with the green headband laughed happily, noting that he thought he was going to die. No strength at all. Also taking a seat against the wall, Torio motioned for his partner to take a little break as well. But the boy replied that they had no time to rest. They need to get to the save point as soon as possible. They can take a break once they get there. Turning around, the two left the men who had joined them behind and went off again to find their destination. In turn, those left behind looked amongst themselves. After that, they decided to follow Mion and his partner. At the same time, somewhere in the maze, a huge crowd of people met a man in a clown costume on their way. The stranger is holding angel and devil dolls. Pointing to the left, the devil shouts that is where the conservation point is. But the angel objects, saying in reply that the place they want is on the right. Looking amongst themselves, the perplexed members of the squad can't decide where to go in such a case. "I don't care, I'll get to the point first," yelled a man with a metal shoulder pad, running sharply out of the crowd. He immediately turned left. The rest of the group tensely looked amongst themselves again. 3 of them decided to follow that man's example. Another guy came out of the crowd and I looked at the angel and said he thought it was a doll telling the truth. After that, he immediately ran to the right. He was followed without a second thought by 5 others. Suddenly loud shouts were heard from the left aisle. Covered in blood, the man with the metal shoulder pad was already running back. "You bastard. Why did you say to go left? It turned out to be a dead end with traps. People died in front of my eyes in an instant," he shouted, looking hatefully at the puppet in the clown's left hand. Laughing, the devil asked the man if he really believed him. Of course it was a lie. Angrily looking at the doll, the miraculous survivor was already about to finish it off. But at that instant, screams were also heard from the other side. The guy in the purple cape, running back, reported in a panic that there was a dead end there too. Trembling with fear, the angel said she just wanted to help, but the truth is she just doesn't know the way. Looking puzzled at the clown, the squad members asked where they should go in that case. There were traps on both sides. At the same second, someone walked up to the clown and grabbed him firmly by the scruff of his neck, bringing him close to him. "Asshole. Do you take us for idiots? Answer me. Where is the road to the save point?" The man with the metal shoulder pad spoke in rage. Angered by this behavior, the devil immediately ordered him to let go of the coif. "Max, this guy's got you. And you're gonna stand for it. Show this guy who's boss," shouted the devil, looking at the clown. But the angel began to discourage Max, asking him to think about the man's feelings. He was angry because it was the fault of the angel and the devil that so many had died. However, it is still wrong to grab someone like that. "If you have sinned, you must be punished." After these words, the devil bit the man's finger. Waving his hand, he tried to throw the doll off his arm, but suddenly the devil's head grew several times its size and opened its mouth wide. In the very next second, the doll bit the man in half, eating his top. The rest of the dead man's body immediately fell to the stone floor. "Monster!" The rest of the squad wailed in fear. Seeing this frightening picture, they immediately rushed to flee in the opposite direction. In the path of the people trying to escape were Mion and his group. Looking at them perplexed, the dark-haired guy tries to figure out what it is up ahead. Looking down the corridor, the boy saw some clown with puppets at the fork. The stranger just stood still and shook in fear. When Mion looked at him, the guy immediately had some suspicions creep in. "Mion, look, it's that clown," said Torio suddenly cheerfully, pointing his finger at the man standing at the fork. Back in the days when he was still alive, Turtle Man used to go to a street circus performance with his brothers. And there a clown played marionettes to cheerful music, showing the audience a puppet show. Torio immediately told his partner about it, suggesting that he go and see the puppet show again. But Mion didn't like that idea at all. He wondered why those people had fled this place. "Clown," the devil interjected irritably, glaring at the Turtle Man. Then, pointing his hand at Max, the puppet demanded that the guy be killed, since he thinks he's a clown. But the angel disagreed. "That devil is so heartless. Does he really want to kill people again? How much more is he going to kill? We have to stop it." "But you've already killed a lot of people. I guess you could do more," Angel said thoughtfully, glancing at the strangers in the aisle. At the same moment, Mion abruptly turned around and ran away, shouting to the others to run away from here faster. Torio immediately rushed after his partner, begging him to wait. The rest of the squad continued to stand still, looking at these guys after them. Looking at them perplexed, the 4 can't understand why they are running away. Then they looked among themselves, wondering what they should do next. Eventually, the 4 of them decided to follow Mion's example. "Max, you moron, what are you waiting for? They're going to run away now," yelled the devil irritably. But Angel asked his neighbor not to blame it on Max. It was just that the dark-haired guy had a good feeling. Running up to Mion, a man with a green headband asked the boss why they were running away. They could have gotten directions to the save point from that clown, but the boy started running for some reason. However, Mion replied that it's too late to go back and ask. The boy wants to catch up with those people and ask them about this clown's abilities. Hearing this, the man with the green armband only tsked unhappily. Meanwhile, the dark-haired guy, while continuing to run, realized that just as he thought, this clown was too suspicious. He should gather as much information as possible before returning. After a while, a guy in a green robe and a one-handed sword approached the fork. He has already seen the power of this monster, but at the same time, he knows this is the only passage. That was why, raising his sword and grabbing it with both hands, the guy decided to slaughter the bastard. The clown, on the other hand, without taking any action, only looked helplessly at his opponent. In the same second, the stranger's blade pierced Max through and through. Seeing this, the dolls screamed fearfully, not believing that their master could die like this. The guy in the green robe laughed gloatingly, not understanding why this clown was so feared by everyone. He's just an ordinary lowlife. In turn, the angel got off his arm and, looking fearfully at Max, asked him to get up. "You bastard. How dare you do that to Max?" The devil muttered angrily, glaring at his opponent. Dazedly looking at these dolls, the frightened boy can't understand why they are still talking. "Dolls, are you completely stupid?" the angel said in fury, grabbing the boy by the scruff of his neck. Trying to free himself from the angel's grasp, the guy in the green robe raised his sword above his head to strike the puppet. But at the same instant, his arm was bitten off almost to the elbow by a devil that had grown dramatically in size. Feeling the infernal pain, the dumbfounded boy looked at the stump of his arm and screamed, "How about that?" The devil laughed as he looked at the writhing boy. "Say that again. Are we puppets to you? Where are we puppets? We're people. Humans," the angel explained furiously, continuing to hold the boy by the scruff of his neck. Shuddering in agony as the doll continued to squeeze his throat, the pain-reddened boy said he understood and asked for help. "Don't lie. Didn't you say we were puppets?" the angel shrieked angrily, squeezing the boy's throat with such force that his head exploded. But when the boy died, the angel abruptly calmed down, remarking that she already knows that she and the devil are not human, but a puppet. But she is sure that if she tries, she will definitely become human. "If I have blood, I will become human," the doll madly uttered, slathering itself with the blood of the dead man. Meanwhile, the devil, looking at Max, who was sprawled out on the floor, demanded that he stop sleeping and get up. At the same moment, the clown lifted off the ground, rising to his feet. He struck the same pose again. At this time, a man with a green headband jumped out in front of the crowd of fleeing people. Looking puzzled at the crowd, he asked them why they were running away from that clown. Grabbing the pink-haired boy by the scruff of his neck, the man took stock of the fact that he was one of the first to escape. What happened back there? The boy, however, said that clown started killing everyone, and many ran away. The man then asked if they had learned anything about the conservation point. "Is there any information about where to go? Which is the right road?" "Both roads are wrong. There's just no way," wailed the boy in despair, looking hopelessly about him. Sking unhappily, the man with the green armband realized there was no use for this boy and threw him to the floor. Spreading his arms, he said he was sure the clown must surely know about the save point. But when the man tried to convince the crowd that they should just ask him, one man shouted out that clown was incredibly strong and everyone would just die. Hearing this, Mion was greatly surprised. In turn, a man standing at the front of the crowd irritably asked who said that. In the same second, he saw a blue-haired child trembling in front of him. "Is that what you said? You're a wimp. Is everyone going to die? What do you even know?" the man shouted angrily, grabbing the boy by his clothes. When the kid apologized, he just threw it away, remarking that the kid was just pathetic. "How did a guy like that survive? It's amazing. He looks very weak." Looking down at the floor in tears, the blue-haired boy asked why no one believed him. Interesting situation. A voice suddenly came over his head. Looking at this child, an interested Mion offered to talk for a bit. The dark-haired boy helped him up off the ground, and then he and Torio stepped back around the nearest corner, so no one could hear them. Looking puzzled at the boy, Mion asked how he knew that this clown was very strong. The child immediately explained that this was his ability. He can see the strength and weaknesses of other people. Looking at him stunned, the dark-haired boy asked if it was true. The blue-haired boy confirmed this, adding that he was also able to see if people had abilities. But when Mion asked what abilities that clown had, the child only replied that even with his skills, he couldn't understand it. The dark-haired boy awkwardly looked away, realizing that this dude was completely useless. Suddenly, the boy with blue hair told him that if they managed to defeat this clown, they could go through the passage behind him. Hearing this, Mion immediately grabbed the child by the scruff of the neck. What's the passage again?" yelled the dark-haired boy in surprise, looking him in the face. The blue-haired boy, on the other hand, told again that there was a hidden passage behind this clown. The fact that others can only see the wall must be this clown's ability. After saying that, everything fell into place. This is it, the hidden passage. Torio only wanted to wonder if this passageway led to the save point, but Mion, standing nearby, the same hand shut his mouth. Guy asked his partner to be quiet. It would be bad if others found out about this secret passage. If they don't tell anyone about it, they'll manage to get to the save point first. They know how to get to the save point. Suddenly heard someone shout behind me. Hearing this, everyone else immediately turned around to look at Mion and his team. That's when the three of them realized they were in a very sticky situation. Shit, what do I do? Some people in the crowd started excitedly asking the guys if they really knew how to get to the save point. The man who had given away their intentions told the others that the three wanted to go to the save point by themselves. Shit, that bastard ruined everything. This is the worst possible situation. Now all these people are turning against Mion and his team. Mion himself had thought about making a deal with the clown in exchange for information, but it looked like that option could no longer be counted on. Right now, this whole crowd is suspicious of them. Best not to rush in just yet. Is that true? You wanted to abandon us and head for the save point? A man with a green headband shouted indignantly. The dark-haired guy and his team only looked at him hopelessly, realizing the hopelessness of their situation. Mion then tried to convince the boys that they had it all wrong. All his squad knows is that if they defeat the clown, there might be a way to the save point. They have to defeat this clown, and therefore they have no reason to hide anything from the others. Thus the dark-haired boy decided to change his plan. His task now is to use the others as expendable material to distract the clown, while he himself goes to the save point. But the man who had ratted him out, poking the boy with his finger, demanded he stop lying. He had heard the three of them discussing the way to the save point. You'd better explain yourself. Like you said, we have to defeat this clown anyway. There shouldn't be any secrets then, should there? The man with the green armband spoke irritably. All right, listen, I'll tell you everything. Mion suddenly shrieked. I don't think I need to remind you. We're not comrades, we're enemies. Entry to the save point is restricted. That's why we hid that if we defeated the clown, there would be a road to the save point. In other words, we wouldn't get to the destination first. We wanted to send you down the wrong path. That's it. Would you have done anything differently? After listening to Mion, the man with the green headband turned around to the man who had ratted out the three men and asked him if he thought the guy was telling the truth. Scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, the man replied that although he wasn't sure, it seemed to him that this boy wasn't lying. Looking at the dark-haired boy again, the man with the green armband said that they forgive him this time, but at the same time, they hope it won't happen again. Then Mion agreed and promised that he wouldn't have any more secrets, but in fact he didn't. Perking up, the man with the headband said that in that case, the next step was obvious. Gotta kill the clown. Let's head for the save point, he said encouragingly, turning around to look at the crowd. Hearing this, Torio realized that the danger was over and exhaled with relief. However, the blue-haired boy sitting against the wall at this time, trembling with fear, realized that it wasn't about killing the clown at all. The passage was simply invisible, and this dark-haired guy seemed to have figured it out too. Looking at the child, Mion realized that once the three of them passed through the invisible passage, there was nothing these people could do to them. At that moment, a terrible scream was heard somewhere far down the hallway. Turning around, the crowd of people saw the trap rapidly approaching them. This was not part of the plan. The trap can only mean one thing. There's no other way out for them. Upon realizing this, the man with the green armband advised in a panic to hurry up. All the members of one large squad abruptly snapped out of their seats and ran towards the last fork. Rushing after them, Mion told Torio and the blue-haired boy that they should run away from here too. After a while, the remaining survivors came running to the final fork, where a clown with puppets stood. "Let's kill this clown while the traps are far away. Let's all attack together," shouted the man with the bandage, pointing his hand at the enemy. "That's right. If they manage to kill him, they'll get to the save point. Here we go again. You won't escape this time," the puppets grudgingly said, preparing for battle. As all the members of the large squad rushed into battle, looking puzzled at Mion, Torio asked what they should do in this situation. "On my signal, run," ignoring the clown, muttered the dark-haired boy, glaring at his opponent. "But other than that, there's one thing left to do. There's one more thing to do before we run." Pointing his finger at the enemy, the man with the green headband ordered the others to attack. The entire crowd of people immediately rushed out of their seats and, raising their swords, prepared to fight the enemy. At the same instant, one of the guys running in the vanguard was drenched in his comrade's blood. Petrified with fear, the boy turned around to see what had happened. The devil puppet took a half bite out of his partner running behind in an instant. "Die!" shouted the devil, laughing madly. At the same second, a man with a green armband ran up to the clown and cut the devil puppet from his arm with one lunge. At his command, the rest of the squad immediately pierced through the enemy with several swords. With a hopeful glance at the enemy, the man asked if they had succeeded, as suddenly the severed arm grew back in an instant along with the doll. The devil immediately devoured the man in front of him, leaving only his feet. "What? How did the arm grow back? It's a monster." But at the same instant, someone again severed the clown's arm along with the devil puppet. The squad leader ordered the others to continue attacking. He wouldn't be able to recover forever and would definitely die someday. "That's right. Let's kill him and get to the save point." The man who had recently surrendered to Mion's team supported him. "What did you just say? Will you get to the save point?" "Unfortunately, you're not going anywhere." A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind me. At the same moment, there was a screaming sound. Running up from behind, Mion mercilessly stabbed the dumbfounded man through and through. "The only place you're going is hell," the dark-haired guy said, looking into his victim's eyes. Hearing a strange sound in the rear, the squad leader tensely asked what the others were doing there. "They must overpower the enemy before there is a trap." But Mion swept up that only the leader wanted to defeat this clown. Whereupon he sharply grabbed the blue-haired boy by the scruff of his neck. "Only forward," shrieked the lad, taking the frightened child in one hand and the sword in the other. Hearing this, Torio replied that he understood and rushed after his partner as well. That was when the man with the green headband realized that the bastard had no intention of fighting this clown. He had fooled everyone again. In one swift dash, while the enemy dealt with the other members of the squad, Mion ran up behind him. "Where are you going? Don't run away," came the indignant voice of an angel. "Where the hell are they going? It's just a wall." Meanwhile, Mion and the child in her hand were already running up to the stone wall. At first glance, this really is just an ordinary wall. However, according to the blue-haired boy, there must be a secret passage. As it was, there was no other option left. Making contact with the wall, Mion immediately passed through it. What happened? He went through the wall. Shit, that's where the doorway was. He knew from the beginning that killing the clown wasn't necessary. Standing next to the angry leader, the frightened boy asked why they were still fighting this monster. "You think you can escape?" the devil suddenly said, pouncing on Torio, who was trying to escape. But the turtle man was not confused and abruptly jumped out of his seat. When he hid in the shell, the doll tried to bite him with its sharp, bloody teeth. In the same second, Torio spun around, fending off his opponent's attack. With lightning speed he whirled around, lying on his shell, and drove toward the hidden passage. So he crossed the border after his partner. "Shit, let's run to the save point. Then we'll get revenge on that bastard," said the man with the headband, gritting his teeth. All of the squad members immediately snapped out of their seats and ran towards the secret passage, passing the clown, devouring some of them. "Me first, I'll be first," squealed the guy running in front. But without letting him finish, the squad leader immediately slashed the boy on the back with his sword. After that, He continued running with the bloody blade in his hand, wanting to run in first himself. A split second later, the man ran up to the wall, but in the end things didn't go according to plan. He slammed his forehead into the sturdy stone wall with great speed. The blow was so hard that the leader cried out in pain, nearly losing consciousness. Looking at him in horror, the rest of the squad can't understand what happened and why he didn't pass. Suddenly Bucky spoke. The right number of people have made it to the save point. It's time to get rid of the rest. Hearing this, the man with the green bandage on his head began to chisel the wall with his fists in tears and begged to let only him in. "You're all going to hell." After saying that, demonic hands emerged from the stone floor. They immediately began dragging any remaining survivors behind them into the underworld. This is the end. All are destined to die, and none will escape this punishment. Meanwhile, after grabbing some guy's legs, the devil puppet was yelling at Bucky not to touch his prey. Flying up to the devil, the angel asked him to stop, prompting him to say that it didn't need to be done. The angel doll solved this pressing issue by tearing the poor man's body in two. The body was dragged away by demonic hands, and the legs were left as a meal for the devil doll. "That's it. Everyone got an equal share," the angel said contentedly, spreading his bloody hands. "Help, I don't want to die." The man with the green bandage screamed in panic as he struggled to hold on to the floor with his hands, but it was too late. All the people left in the labyrinth were swallowed up by hell. Soon all the portals disappeared, and the clown was alone with his puppets. In turn, the annoyed devil remarked that those who were able to escape to the save point looked very tasty. Dumbfounded, the angel looked at him and remarked that it was horrible and humans were not food. However, the riper the fruit, the theme is that it tastes better, the doll added, and if you eat them later, they taste so much better. At this moment, Mion and his team had already exited the stone labyrinth. A beautiful scenery opened up in front of them, a huge tree surrounded by small houses, high mountains, small settlements, and desert in the distance. After so long in the gray rooms with nothing but stone walls, this view was like a dream. Is this really what a save point looks like? Meanwhile, a man in a red cloak and with a glass in his hand sits on a throne. Looks like it's time to harvest.
Pet the cat.